no. Setting the floor on fire.
Nothing to crack horrific cases. Cops like Elliot Stable, who, before getting a spin-off show, routinely did shit like this.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Hey, I get a little clumsy writing scumbag pedophiles. Why you gotta be so rough? Because you said that limited arm left the brain.
I should put you in pigtails, you little bitch. You little bitch, I want you to cry for me. God, tell me! God, cry for me!
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
You think I was some dumb cop?
I never... You're smarter than me! I need a doctor! I need a morgue, pal!
Leave Will Arnett alone!
Wow, that's so accurate, though.
I admit, as a viewer, it is something to see Stabler chew up the scenery and spit it out directly into Matthew Modine's face. Is it the model of good police behaviour? Absolutely not. Is it compelling to watch? For sure it is. Is it hot? Reasonable people can disagree. But generally, the thesis on SVU is that the cops deeply care about getting justice for victims, and their gut instincts mean that they almost always get the job done in the end. In one episode, we learned that Stabler has a 97% case closure rate, and people love this show. Christopher Maloney is the internet zaddy, and you can see why. His ass alone is a pop culture icon. And Mariska Hargitay has a huge cult following too. Fans have tattoos of her. Taylor Swift has a cat named for her character Olivia Benson, and there are even TikToks like this.
Well, you when you were a kid? Daddy's little girl.
In general, I think I've made my position on police brutality pretty clear, but even I will admit, it is hard to resist the sight of Olivia Benson slamming an arsehole's head on the table to the beat of Follow That Girl, in which case, go off, girl boss, lean into state-sponsored violence. And there is something incredibly appealing about the idea of a world where survivors of sexual assault are taken seriously by the police. Hargitay's even spoken openly about some of the show's positive real-world
That's why
impact.
you need a mat.
I have so many times encountered people that have said because of this show, they knew what to do after their assault. Because of this show, they had a rape kit done. Because of the show, they reported and had faith in that. Because of the show, most of all, they didn't feel alone anymore. And to me, when I started hearing those stories, is when I knew that it wasn't just a TV show anymore. It was so much more.
Look, that is obviously genuinely moving. And I don't doubt the show is doing important work informing or even providing catharsis for some of its viewers. In between, that is, showing her slamming a suspect's face into a table like she's a toddler making two Barbies kiss. And to her real credit, Mariska Hargitay has tried to parlay her fame into advocacy, founding an organisation which advocates for survivors of sexual assault, domestic abuse, and child abuse. But if, as Hargitay says, the show encourages people to avail themselves of this system, it is worth knowing what that system can look like in practice, because it's not good. Government and press reports have repeatedly shown that New York's actual sex crimes unit is set up to fail victims of sexual assault, and its case closure rate is a long way from Elliot Stabler's fictitious 97%. The NYPD's official figures show that they only close about a third of sexual assault cases, but one analysis of cases handled over a 2-year period found they had a closure rate of just 6%. Also, a damning 2018 investigation quoted multiple prosecutors describing improper handling of cases by overloaded or inexperienced investigators, who until recently were only given 5 days of formal specialized training. Is it any wonder that some cops are watching SVU for tips? Which honestly may not be a bad thing when you get Justice Crusader Olivia Benson, but it gets a little hairy when you get use of excessive force zaddy here. And while the NYPD insists that they've since improved staffing and training, the DOJ recently announced their own investigation, citing reports that the unit's officers were failing to conduct basic investigative steps and instead shaming and abusing survivors and re-traumatizing them during investigations. And yet, the portrait SVU paints of the division is so convincing that when a new commander took it over in 2020 and did an interview discussing that scathing internal report that I just mentioned, here is how the anchor wrapped up their conversation.
You know I'm going to ask this because I'm obsessed with the TV show Law & Order SVU. How real is the TV show to real life?
I can tell you this, the dedication you see on TV with the investigators, that's the same dedication that we have within the real Special Victims Unit. And the cases are very, very similar. As heinous as you see them on TV, we are seeing the same thing in real life.
So many of them are ripped from the headlines, you know?
What are you doing? I mean, why stop your falling there? Just keep it going. Are you really as cool as you seem on TV? Do you sometimes make the car go wee-woo, even when it doesn't need to go wee-woo? Is Ice-T nice? I follow him on Twitter. And it's worth knowing some survivors have spoken about what it is like seeing these detectives valorized on TV, with one saying, Law & Order SVU gave me the false impression that this squad cared deeply about victims and their jobs, and another saying, if I had $1 for every time I heard this can't be true, Olivia Benson would never let this happen, I would have enough to cover my hospital bills and therapy for my trauma. And you should know, even the real-world inspiration for the tenacious, uncompromising Olivia Benson and the show's tough 88 Alexandra Cabot has a significant asterisk, because an early model for both characters was Linda Fairstein, the woman now infamous for prosecuting the Central Park Five, or as they're now known, the Exonerated Five. And I will say, some behind the show are keenly aware of its role in perpetuating a false narrative about police. In fact, in 2020, at the peak of the Black Lives Matter protests, Warren Light reflected on the role that the show plays in our discussion of policing.
So, individually, am I miscontributing to society? I don't know. Collectively, are we? Yeah. So what do you do? Can you go into the network? I have pitched by the way, I think every writer has pitched the Innocence Project series to the network. I've made that pitch. I bet it has a better chance of going now. Within the Dick Wolf Law & Order universe, it won't be likely that they're going to do a show that reveals, that bases itself on cops behaving illegal. That's not part of Dick's brand.
Exactly. Even if the people working on the show, the actors, the writers, and the showrunners have really good intentions about correcting the record, there is only so much they can do. Law & Order is never going to grapple with the reality of policing in a meaningful way for the same reasons that Daniel Tiger won't do it. It's never going to happen, and honestly, you'd be pretty weirded out if it ever did. Because fundamentally, the person who's responsible for Law & Order and its brand is Dick Wolf, and he knows exactly what he wants his shows to do, and importantly, not to do. Here he is, invoking one of the most notorious cases of police abuse in New York City, Abner Louima, who was beaten by NYPD officers and sodomized in 1997.
We're not there to do Abner Louima. That's a terrible thing that happened, but that represents one or two bad apples in a police force of 35,000 people. We're certainly, I think, the show over the last, all three shows are probably the best recruiting poster that you could have for being a New York City cop.
Right, because a recruiting poster is always going to be a propagandized, hero-washed version of the truth. A truth which is more often than not very ugly. And for the 300th time, I know Law & Order is just a TV show. I know it's meant to be entertainment. And honestly, I'm not even telling you not to watch it. It's completely fine to enjoy it, and it's completely understandable to want Olivia Benson to exist. But it is important to remember just how far it is from representing anything resembling reality. As one critic of Law & Order has put it, if a medical show was giving us inaccurate information, we would say it's dangerous, which is true, because think about it. You know, Grey's Anatomy doesn't depict what happens inside an actual hospital. Those doctors are ridiculously hot. None of them are nearly tired enough, and it needs about 5,000% more discussion of insurance. But if those medical professionals were routinely claiming that vaccines cause autism and herbal remedies cure cancer, we'd probably be having a conversation about it. Because that's essentially what Law & Order is doing. It's presenting a world where the cops can always figure out who did it, defense attorneys are irritating obstacles to be overcome, and even if a cop roughs up a suspect, it's all in pursuit of a just outcome, and it blasts that fantasy at you in endless reruns and marathons in the guise of very well produced, extremely entertaining TV. But underneath it all, it is a commercial. And a commercial produced by a man who is, in his own words, unabashedly pro-law enforcement. And he is very good at selling things. And in this instance, he's selling a complete fantasy that many people in this country are only too happy to buy, which is fine, as long as we don't lose sight of the fact that it's an ad for a defective product. Because, if I were to quote one last time from the Library of Alexandria that is Ice-T's Twitter account, you've got to know who the F you're dealing with could be the cops. That's our show. Thank you so much for watching. And given tonight's story, there is really only one way to end this. And it's like this.
Okay. And there we go. There. Now I see why you wanted the fucking hat there. Let's step on the bed. I put Velcro. So let's flip it off the screen. That was a lot more work than fucking shit. Alright. Go back to singing my butt. Booty, 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 booty rocking everywhere. Oh, don't throw up.
False narrative about police. In fact, in 2020, at the peak of the Black Lives Matter protests, Warren Light reflected on the role that the show plays in our discussion of policing.
So, individually, am I contributing, contributing to society? I don't know. Collectively, are we? Yeah. So what do you do? Can you go into the network? I have pitched by the way, I think every writer has pitched the Innocence Project series to the network. I've made that pitch. I bet it has a better chance of going now. And within the Dick Wolf Law and Order universe, it won't be likely that they're going to do a show that reveals, that bases itself on cops behaving illegal. That's not part of Dick's brand.
Exactly. Even if the people working on the show, the actors, the writers, and the showrunners have really good intentions about correcting the record, there is only so much they can do. Law and Order is never going to grapple with the reality of policing in a meaningful way for the same reasons that Daniel Tiger won't do it. It's never going to happen, and honestly, you'd be pretty weirded out if it ever did. Because fundamentally, the person who's responsible for Law and Order and its brand is Dick Wolf, and he knows exactly what he wants his shows to do, and importantly, not to do. Here he is, invoking one of the most notorious cases of police abuse in New York City, Abner Louima, who was beaten by NYPD officers and sodomized in 1997.
What?
We're not there
What?
to do Abner Louima. That's a terrible thing that happened, but that represents one or two bad apples in a police force of 35,000 people. We're certainly, I think, the show over the last, all three shows are probably the best recruiting poster that you could have for being a New York City cop.
Right, because a recruiting poster is always going to be a propagandized, hero-washed version of the truth. A truth which is more often than not very ugly. And for the 300th time, I know Law and Order is just a TV show. I know it's meant to be entertainment. And honestly, I'm not even telling you not to watch it. It's completely fine to enjoy it. And it's completely understandable to want Olivia Benson to exist. But it is important to remember just how far it is from representing anything resembling reality. As one critic of Law and Order has put it, if a medical show was giving us inaccurate information, we would say it's dangerous. Which is true, because think about it. You know Grey's Anatomy doesn't depict what happens inside an actual hospital. Those doctors are ridiculously hot. None of them are nearly tired enough, and it needs about 5,000% more discussion of insurance. But if those medical professionals were routinely claiming that vaccines cause autism and herbal remedies cure cancer, we'd probably be having a conversation about it. Because that's essentially what Law and Order is doing. It's presenting a world where the cops can always figure out who did it. Defense attorneys are irritating obstacles to be overcome, and even if a cop roughs up a suspect, it's all in pursuit of a just outcome. And it blasts that fantasy at you in endless reruns and marathons in the guise of very well produced, extremely entertaining TV. But underneath it all, it is a commercial. And a commercial produced by a man who is, in his own words, unabashedly pro-law enforcement. And he is very good at selling things. And in this instance, he's selling a complete fantasy that many people in this country are only too happy to buy, which is fine, as long as we don't lose sight of the fact that it's an ad for a defective product. Because, if I may quote one last time from the Library of Alexandria that is Ice-T's Twitter account.
Oh my God.
You've got to know who the F you're dealing with could be the cops. That's our show. Thank you so much for watching. And given tonight's story, there is really only one way to end this. And it's like this.
It's such a shame because obviously, like, the reason I liked him to begin with, he's very anti-authority, but he was just so, what do you call it? Sold out with the vaccine shit, and like, because I feel like it's because he's British. It's like why the Jewish people constantly think everyone's after them, and they're like, well, the Holocaust. And it's like British people are very like that too, where they're very neurotic and they're very like, don't talk about things that make people uncomfortable because it's impolite and it goes against their culture and shit. But I guess you gotta make that money.
With Ron DeSantis, Florida governor and Playmobil as bad at sexting as he's coming up with meaningful tattoos. And Joe... Thank you so much for joining us. It has been a busy week and a lot has happened. In Iran, there's been huge protest over the killing of a young woman after she was arrested by their morality police.
Oh yeah, they beat her to death because her hair was showing. I remember that.
Coming up with meaningful tattoos. And Joe Biden declared the pandemic over, which isn't just irresponsible, it's complete bullshit. You can't just declare something and make it a reality. If I declare the Queen is alive...
There's an Office episode talking about that where Michael Scott goes around the office and be like, I declare... Just because you declare something doesn't mean it's true. It does, because I declared it. So it shall be.
DeSantis made headlines recently after doing this.
This morning, a surprising scene in Martha's Vineyard.
Oh,
Two
what?
planes filled with about 50 migrants landing on the island.
In Cape Cod.
Migrants, including several children, arriving in Martha's Vineyard, flown in by Florida Republican Governor and presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis. An effort to turn the spotlight to immigration just 2 months before the midterm elections.
Yeah, It certainly was a surprising scene on Martha's Vineyard, which, to be honest, sounds like a romance novel designed to make you cum pumpkin spice. And look, obviously, sending a group of migrants there was extremely reckless because Martha's Vineyard isn't set up with any of the key resources that migrants need, unless, for some reason,
Cottages?
they're desperate for a fishmonger to over-describe what it was like to sell Jackie O a pound of scallops in 1983. And if this seems like a stunt made for Fox News...
Why would that be bad? Martha's Vineyard is literally empty for like 7-8 months of the year because Martha's Vineyard is literally only cottages that people rent out to tourists. Like, and the rest of the year, no one lives in Cape Cod. Same with Maine. Like, no one, and Old Orchard, no one fucking lives there. Well, very few people live there all year round. Like, see what he just said literally the exact opposite.
Why not send migrants there? The resources that migrants need, unless, for some reason, they're desperate for a fishmonger to over-describe what it was like to sell Jackie O a pound of scallops in 1983. And if this seems like a stunt made for Fox News, you are absolutely right. But it also may have been made by Fox News. Because just 2 months ago, Tucker Carlson did a segment pointing out the whiteness of Martha's Vineyard. And he had this fun proposal. They are begging for more diversity. Why not send migrants there? In huge numbers. Let's start with 300,000 and move up from there. Okay, first, Martha's Vineyard is an island that has a year-round population under 20,000. So suggesting sending 300,000 people there is a little like suggesting you let Tucker Carlson bring you to sexual completion. It isn't just a disgusting idea, it's a logistically impossible one. But it seems DeSantis just took that idea and ran with it. So I guess it is true what they say. Good artists.
No, you're wrong. My family vacations in Martha's Vineyard every 10 years or so. Super incorrect. Super incorrect information right now.
Especially given that the migrants were reportedly lured there with empty promises of jobs and housing, and even had in brochures listing government assistance that they were not eligible for. In fact, that brochure was so sloppily designed that while it featured a flag for Massachusetts, that's not the state's actual flag. This is the real flag. That is just a fake flag they found from this post online, made by somebody who said, and I quote, "The current one blows, so I made this."
It's on Imgur. Like,
actually tracked down the guy who made it, who said no one had seen this flag until some idiot staffer for DeSantis or whoever stumbled across it. I cannot fathom why they would use the wrong one, adding, "This is all hilarious, although at the same time deeply sad, because the real story is asylum seekers being exploited and human trafficked," which is absolutely true. Also, you would think Ron DeSantis might have caught that error, given that he spent 3 years at Harvard Law School, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, in fucking Massachusetts. I really hope DeSantis paid more attention to the law part of law school, especially as it seems like he might well need it right now, given that a Texas sheriff has opened a criminal investigation into the migrants' trips to Martha's Vineyard. And if you're thinking, hold on, why a Texas sheriff and not a Florida one? Well, it turns out, for all DeSantis' talk about the urgency of this issue for his voters, these migrants didn't even come from his state. Why not? You know what? I'll just let him explain.
The problem is we're not seeing mass movements of them into Florida. So you end up with a car with maybe two, and if we know that that's illegal and there's someone that's kind of smuggling and committing crime, then you can do arrests. There have been drug seizures, but that's not effective enough to stop the mass migration, but it's just coming in onesie-twosies.
Okay. First, onesie-twosies? These are real people's lives, not a baby's fucking toes. But second, it seems this huge problem for his state, mass migration, is actually so little of a problem. He had to borrow 50 migrants from a state halfway across the country. But still, you know what, credit where it's due. Nothing says I'm against illegal immigration and human trafficking, quite like making fake documents to smuggle people across a border. And look, we could spend the rest of this show talking about DeSantis and why he always looks like he's wearing a suit under his suit. But there is also an urgent crisis going on in Puerto Rico.
This morning, Puerto Rico in the dark after powerful winds from Fiona knocked out power to nearly everyone on the island.
In Utuado, in the center of the island, this new metal bridge
built just 4 years ago after Hurricane Maria, was swept away like a twig.
Holy shit, that is devastating. When you hear that something has been swept away like a twig, you expect that something to be Timothy Chalamet in a bridge, not a large piece of infrastructure in a river. Now, one remarkable thing about the current devastation in Puerto Rico is that one is reminiscent of what happened there 5 years ago with Hurricane Maria. That hurricane made landfall as a Category 4 storm, whereas Hurricane Fiona was just a Category 1. And that speaks to the fact that the recovery from Maria has been a complete shambles. From the moment that Trump flung paper towels at people to right now, there have been unforgivable delays in strengthening infrastructure like the power grid there, despite billions of federal dollars being allocated to it. And about that power grid, after years of mismanagement by the island's publicly owned utility, in 2021, a private company called Luma Energy took over operations. But incredibly, since then, things have only managed to get worse. Not only are outages now even longer, at one point, a hospital lost power for 16 hours, and that was during normal weather. Now, as for the head of Luma, in a congressional hearing last year, he didn't seem especially concerned about how things were going.
How would you characterize Luma's transition to managing Puerto Rico's electrical grid so far, with 1 being a total disaster and 10 being a remarkable success?
When I look at it on balance, I would give us, a B. I think we have a lot to do.
Okay, so 1 to 10, you would give yourself like a 6?
I'd give myself I give us a 7, considering what we do.
Okay, how many blackouts have been reported since Luma took over on June 1?
The system has a very large number of outages.
Can you even count them? Is it so big you can't even keep track of them all?
There are outages every single day.
Okay, that is a terrible answer. First, you absolutely should be keeping track of the outages happening on your watch. Second, the question was based on a scale of 1 to 10, and you answered B. And finally, a 7 out of 10 would be a 70% grade, but that's actually a C minus. So if I were to grade your ability to grade yourself, I'd give you a 2 out of 10, which for the record is a fucking F. Honestly, I don't know why you didn't just leave that Zoom immediately and blame it on a blackout. After all, you're the CEO of Luma Energy. It would have been entirely believable. And while Luma has repeatedly promised over the last year that things are improving, even before Fiona hit, there were clear signs of trouble. Just look what happened when the governor there, Pedro Pierluisi, spoke to discuss plans for the coming storm. You don't need to know what he's saying here. You just need to watch what happens.
Tras el aviso de la tormenta tropical, como ya se ha informado, el ATSEC comenzó el proceso ayer para adelantar los beneficios del PAN a los beneficiarios.
Yeah, that's not great, is it? I don't know what's worse there, the fact that the power went out in the middle of his press conference about storm preparedness, or the fact that no one in the room seemed that surprised. The only way that could have been any more ominous is if, when the lights came back on, Michael Myers was standing right behind him. People have been understandably furious in Puerto Rico for a while now. There have been street protests with people making protest signs out of appliances that were ruined during power surges. And just watch this reaction at a Bad Bunny concert in San Juan when he called Luma out. Luma pa'l carajo. Wow, it says a lot about how much people hate that company that enlisted the kind of crowd response you'd normally expect when someone announces something like everyone gets a free car or Henry Kissinger has died. Bad Bunny has actually been trying to draw attention to Puerto Rico's problems for a while now. In fact, just last Friday, he released a new music video for his song El Apagón, which literally translates to The Blackout. But around a minute into the video, there's a pretty significant tonal shift.
Tierra de maestro Calderón y de Varela que fue campeón, primero Calderón.
Puerto Rico sigue sufriendo apagones que dejan a decenas de miles sin luz. Esta explosión dejó a todo Puerto Rico a oscuras en abril. En agosto, uno de los hospitales principales del país estuvo casi 20 horas sin electricidad.
Yeah, Bad Bunny suckers you in with a song and then hits you with, and this is true, a 20-minute deep dive documentary featuring the reporting of a local investigative journalist. And it is legitimately well done. There's infographics of donations to politicians, and an explanation of Act 22, the Puerto Rican law that lures wealthy investors to the island with the promise of no capital gains taxes. Honestly, the video is sort of like this show where you think you're getting something fun before getting tricked into essentially watching Homework, the television show. Also, like Bad Bunny, I too am young and hot. I'm young and I'm hot and going places like my peer, Bad Bunny. We're more similar than we are different. The point is, people in Puerto Rico are justifiably fed up, and they are making it very clear that they're not going to stand for this much longer.
Yo creo que sí, porque tú sabes que... You know that if Luma Energy doesn't do what it should be doing, it better get ready. Because Puerto Ricans are nice people. But when we get irate, you better scramble to board a plane and say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Exactly. And look, if I'm the head of Luma, I don't know exactly how nervous I should be right now, but if you ask me on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd probably say a fucking shitload. And now, this.
And now, the queue to end all queues.
In London, people are continuing to queue for hours to pay their respects to the Queen, who's lying in state at Westminster Hall.
The late Queen has done us proud. She's brought the country together. She's brought together probably the best British queuing of all time.
What I've loved about this queue is that it's a great equalizer. No matter your job, your class, your age, your status, you line up with your fellow Brits.
We didn't used to be good at queuing. We were famous for rioting and cutting kings' heads off.
It's become this gargantuan human snake engorged on bouquets of flowers and a million mini Paddington bears.
So many people turned up to pay tribute, they had to close the queue and put them in a holding pen in another queue.
If people don't feel the urge to queue, what does it say about them?
It's not a queue, but this was the queue of all the queues.
This queue is different to all other queues I've ever been in. It's the queue to end all queues.
I've spoken to people who had no intention of joining the queue. They just got sucked into it, and such is the seductiveness of the queue.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns Brazil, the only country whose flag lets a little circle wear a fancy sash. Isn't that nice? The circle's all dressed up for its big day being on the flag. Brazil is one of the largest democracies in the world, with more than 156 million people eligible to vote. And next Sunday, it's having a massive election. We've mentioned Brazil's elections on this show before, partly because campaign ads there can be spectacular, like this one from a man currently running for state deputy.
I'm Samurai Taxi Driver. You can find me around Pernambuco. 10554.
Excellent. Look, I don't know anything about nunchucks. I don't know if they are historically a part of samurai taxi driver culture. I don't know if using your armpits so much is usually a part of it, but I will say this. I'm impressed that he spent so much time learning to use them, but seemingly zero time learning how to edit out the parts of the video where he turns his phone off. Many elected positions are on the ballot in Brazil next Sunday. Governors to senators, but the key one is the office of president, where Jair Bolsonaro is running for re-election. Now, you may remember 4 years ago, we actually discussed his first presidential run, I assume. I don't watch this show. But if you missed it, a quick recap. Bolsonaro is a right-wing, ex-military populist who, when in Congress, told a female colleague, "I wouldn't rape you, you're not worth it," has said, "I would prefer my son to die in an accident than to have him be gay," and loves making finger guns all the fucking time. Basically, Bolsonaro campaigned as a misogynistic homophobe who gestures like he runs a tech startup. But now, he's campaigning as an incumbent president. And he's been drawing on all the perks of the office, including recently turning the 200th anniversary of Brazilian independence into what was essentially a campaign rally for himself.
He's rallying Brazil's capital city, Brasilia, to tens of thousands of supporters, and a military display of planes, parachutists, and tanks. Even the embalmed heart of monarch Dom Pedro I, who declared Brazil's independence from Portugal 200 years ago, was brought over from Europe to be on display.
Wow! First, if you were wondering what Dom Pedro I died of, it was probably his heart looking like that. But it's true, they put a 2-century-old heart on an Air Force plane and flew it to Brazil. It is actually the first unnaturally preserved human body part to fly on a military jet since all of Tom Cruise. Bolsonaro's main opponent in this election is former President Luis Inacio Lula da Silva. He was incredibly popular while in office, but later got caught up in the international corruption investigation Operation Car Wash, even landing in prison during Brazil's last election, so he couldn't run. But his conviction has since been annulled, and polls now consistently show him leading the race by a wide margin, about 10%. But the concerns in Brazil are that if, as seems likely, Bolsonaro loses, he won't give up his office without a fight, and could even follow Trump's example in encouraging supporters to back a tropical version of the Capitol riot, which isn't great, although for the record, you really don't have to use the word tropical to describe an insurrection just because you're talking about Latin America. Especially because tropical riot sounds like a Mountain Dew flavour that was recalled for blinding several children. And Bolsonaro's version of January 6th could be a lot more destructive than Trump's, given that he has done a great deal to cultivate support within his military, all of which makes it more than a little concerning when he stands in front of his supporters and says things like this.
There are only three alternatives for me: to be arrested, to be killed, or to be victorious. And I tell those scumbags, I will never go to jail.
Okay, that is never a good omen, is it? No one says that before doing something pleasant. No one says their options are victory, prison, or death before they say march into the Great British Bake Off tents for Biscuit Week. Not even the German guy, and honestly, I was half expecting that from him. The first round of the election is next Sunday, and if no one wins more than 50% of the vote, it will go to a second round on October 30th, although worryingly, Bolsonaro has already said that if he doesn't win outright next Sunday, receiving at least 60% of the vote, something, quote, abnormal took place. So if one of the world's biggest democracies seems like it might be barreling towards a cliff, tonight, let's talk about Jair Bolsonaro, the man with his foot planted firmly on the gas. And let's start with the fact that, unfortunately, he's governed pretty much exactly how he said he was going to. He's followed through on a big campaign promise to make guns more freely available in Brazil, loosening gun laws to the point that since he took office, the number of guns in private hands has doubled to nearly 2 million, despite polls showing the majority of Brazilians are against making the sale and possession of weapons easier. So he is giving people something they didn't ask for and don't want, which I believe is also the job description for the head of original programming at Netflix. But much more than that, Bolsonaro has been an absolute disaster for the Amazon, a rainforest that is critical for Brazil and, the planet Earth. He has loosened regulations to expand logging and mining there and massively scaled back protections and enforcement. And almost immediately after he took office, conditions deteriorated.
Under Bolsonaro, deforestation is at its highest point in a decade, with an area 10 times the size of New York City destroyed through October this year. And in August, there was an average of 1,000 fires every day.
1,000 fires a day? That is so many fires. If you ask me what happens in the Amazon 1,000 times a day, my first guess would be capybara spotting. Self-explanatory. My second would be frog birthday parties. So physically, there's got to be at least 5,000 of them with a birthday every day, and we have to assume that some combine parties for convenience, and others just don't want to have a big thing this year. But exactly 0 of my guesses would be fires. These fires are often part of illegal deforestation to clear areas for industrial uses. Deforestation, incidentally, which can encroach on land where indigenous people live. And they have been forced to confront these loggers, ranchers, and miners on their own, which can be both very dangerous and deeply dispiriting.
When we confront them, they say, "Don't you watch the news? Bolsonaro said that when he won, we could take wood from indigenous land." This is what they say to us.
Right, and it has got to be tough to fight someone taking your stuff when they feel they've got permission from the most powerful person in the country. If I stole your wallets and then played a clip of Biden saying, "Hey John, I don't give a shit if TV hosts rob their audience members. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go and say 10 wrong or weird things in a row on 60 Minutes, there really wouldn't be much that you could do about it. The point is, the destruction of the Amazon under Bolsonaro has been devastating. In fact, while worldwide greenhouse gas emissions plummeted by almost 7% in 2020 due to the pandemic, Brazil's emissions actually grew by nearly 10%. And Bolsonaro has added insult to injury, claiming those fires in the Amazon were false flags, accusing outsiders of being part of a nefarious plot to seize Brazil's jungles, and directly accusing Leonardo DiCaprio of funding arson in the Amazon, which is just absurd. Where would Leo find the time to do that? Between his busy film schedule, his daily yacht fuck, and having a big laugh at every tweet about his May to December love life. Oh man, the internet got me again. Leo shouts to the richest people on the planet over a bottle of wine that costs more than your rent. But perhaps the defining catastrophe of Bolsonaro's presidency has been his handling of the COVID pandemic. Brazil has suffered massively. Over 34 million cases and over 685,000 deaths. And right from the start, he refused to take it seriously, initially dismissing COVID as a little flu, and then once the death toll started rising, shrugging off responsibility in the most dickish possible way.
Everything is about the pandemic nowadays. We have got to stop with this. I'm sorry for the dead. I'm sorry. But we're all going to die one day. Everybody here is going to die. We have to stop being a country of sissies.
Wow, that is just monumentally shitty. I want to say America's COVID response left a lot to be desired. But at least the CDC slogan was never, "What are you complaining about? Death comes for all of us. Man up and die in a hole." But Bolsonaro didn't just abdicate responsibility for fighting COVID. He actively made it worse, attacking governors and anyone else who promoted shutdowns or social distancing. In fact, to the extent that lockdown orders were issued at all in Brazilian cities, they sometimes came from very surprising places.
The situation has become so serious that the drug gangs that rule this slum and other slums in Rio de Janeiro have decreed a lockdown, and they have forbidden all clandestine parties from happening.
It's true. Drug gangs ended up being more responsible when it came to COVID than the Brazilian government. Although let's not give them too much credit for manic parties. You know what is pretty appealing when you're stuck inside with nothing to do and nowhere to go? Drugs. And what is so frustrating here is that Brazil was better positioned than many other countries to handle COVID. It has a long history of successful inoculation drives, starring their beloved vaccine mascot, Zega China, who at best looks like a super sperm, and at worst, a clan member all dressed up for jazzercise. And yet Bolsonaro not only sowed doubts about the vaccines, his administration delayed ordering doses for months. In fact, last year, Pfizer apparently reached out to the Brazilian government 81 times, tried to set up a deal to provide doses of vaccines, but most of the time got no answer. And some of those emails from Pfizer were just sad. One read, "Hope all is well with you. I just wanted to confirm that you received yesterday a communication sent on behalf of the president of Pfizer with the updated proposal of a possible supply of COVID-19 vaccines. Will you let me know?" And come on, Pfizer, if you're getting ghosted like that, you've just got to be more blunt. Something like, "Attention, dickheads, your country has COVID. We have a vaccine. Let's do this thing." Or even, "Earth to President bitch, stop subtweeting Leonardo DiCaprio and answer your fucking phone." And the thing is, it is not like Brazilians didn't want vaccines, proven by the fact that once they finally became available, virtually 100% of the adult populations in Rio and Sao Paulo got fully vaccinated, a number that no American city has managed to hit. And the COVID debacle would be comfortably enough for people to be done with Bolsonaro, but there is so much more, including the fact that despite running on an anti-corruption platform 4 years ago, Bolsonaro and his inner circle have since become engulfed in a growing number of criminal and legislative investigations. And while he has denied wrongdoing, one side of just how touchy he is about these allegations is that when a journalist asked him about one of them, he replied, "I feel like punching you in your mouth." Okay? So it is just no wonder that he is trailing in the polls, which is not to say that Bolsonaro does not have his supporters, because he very much does. They can be intense.
Thousands of supporters lined up in front of this gym next to Rio de Janeiro's iconic Maracanã football stadium. Inside, crowds wearing the colors of the Brazilian flag cheer for President Jair Bolsonaro, calling him the Messiah and the myth.
Oh my God.
Okay, I love that man. I love his outfits, I love his face paint, I love the way he kind of looks like a Hulk losing his shit in a Green Bay Packers game. But what I love most of all is what appears to be a security guard over his shoulder, scanning the crowd for threats while looking everywhere but at the bright green man right in front of him, screaming so hard he might explode. And Bolsonaro seems to be deliberately laying the groundwork with his supporters for an eventual Trump-style refusal to accept the election results, even pointing to our last election as a cautionary tale for Brazilians.
What happened in the American elections? Basically, the problem, the cause of this crisis, was the lack of trust in the vote. There were people who voted 3-4 times. Dead people voted. It was a mess.
Okay, great. So that is the January 6th op-ed absolutely no one needed, from the man no one wanted to hear it from, and from the camera angle that absolutely no one deserves. He's saying his stupid opinions out loud. You really don't have to go hunting for them right up his nostrils. Bolsonaro has been going out of his way to undermine faith in Brazil's election system, suggesting judges and officials are trying to sabotage his re-election and fear-mongering about the country's electronic voting machines.
No, I already put it all up my nose. Huh? Yeah, I do. Here.
Like this one.
What's that?
No. Did you know that it's the 35th anniversary of the Oka crisis today?
You didn't tell me it was 35th.
35 years ago. But CJAD forgot to mention like the super crucial part about the graveyards. So I figured I'd write a Facebook post about it. I'm going to post it on Facebook. Sorry. I am outraged. Okay, cool. Let's see the internet explode. Go. Ha. Let's see the internet explode. Go. When I write controversial stuff that I know people are gonna fucking lose their fucking mind over. No, I'm not trolling. I just don't care anymore. Because I always fucking used to not say anything because everyone would be like, Matt, don't. I'm like, but why? Like, it's kind of fucking stupid. Like, and everyone's like, yeah, we know, but just don't. Like, don't start something. And I'm like, yeah, but like, why? If everyone knows it's stupid and agrees it's stupid, why are we still fucking doing it? Like, just because it's uncomfortable to talk about? Like, I don't know. I think the natives are pretty tired of hearing us say, well, sorry, but I wasn't there back then, so you can't blame me. I think they are very well aware of that. And white people need to stop saying that. And, like, fucking Trudeau going over, like, to BC to be like, we want to hear the natives and what they have to say about the pipeline. And then they say their piece, and they go, okay, very good, now time to wrap it up. Because we have the construction guys coming in. Like... When we, you know what? The natives, for the most part, seem like they just want to be fucking left alone until we burn everything to the ground so that they can take all their shit back. And I hope when that day comes, they take pity on my poor, poor white soul. Like, Hmm. Hmm. Mhm. Let's see. Do, do, do. Yes, I love you. Very interesting. No, okay, that's why. Okay. Wait, what did you just ask me? Oh, okay, I love you too. Sorry. No. That's why, you fucking... Oh, you dirty bunghole. Clear. Safe search. Off. Always protected. That is not even a setting. So why give me the option? Right there. What's this? What's this? Nope. Fucking piece of shite. Mm. Mm. Wait a second. No. This can't be real. New Lachine? Like they want to name a certain part of Lachine down by the water called New Lachine. New York. Well, it's because every time someone posts anything about how beautiful Lachine is and how great it is, there's like 10 fucking people who immediately just are like, I don't know where the fuck you are in Lachine, but Lachine is terrible. It is like probably the second most ghetto fucking borough in the entire city of Montreal. Like, other than Hochelaga? It used to be the point.
Downtown to have like the money generating machine.
Ville St. Pierre, like where PJ's used to be? Where fucking Charlie brought us?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like consists of like 2 fucking streets honestly. Like
No, yeah, because it's like gentrified.
I don't know if it's gentrified. All I knew is that it was like mostly 2 streets. And it was not really people that lived in the area. It was mostly like car dealerships that were very shady. Like, yeah, but organized crime. There's a big difference, like, between street crime and organized crime. Kind of like a huge difference, especially here. Mm. Wow. How come this is literally the first? I guess it's because I'm looking it up on DuckDuckGo, and because I took off all the because it defaulted to Canada, and it was safe search was on moderate by default. I'm like, wow, okay, well, obviously take those off, and now I see all these things. Discover the serenity of New Lachine Waterfront Park. Like, as if it, like, because at first I'm like, New Waterfront Park in Lachine. That's not what they're saying. They're saying New Lachine. As if it's like, wow, that's pretty fucking crazy, though. The fuck is a Thindo? Shut the fuck up. No fucking way. No fucking way. I'm so confused. Translate. Hmm. Oh. I'm s- You ever hear of a group called Island 84? 84? What? What the fuck does that even mean? Okay. I get it. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Definitely. Oh, for fuck's sake. QUAI. What the fuck does that mean? Que. And? What's QUAI? Que. Que public. Grand Quay.
What?
Grand Quay de Port de Montreal?
Okay. Second thought.
Oh, it's a dock. Okay.
What?
What? Quoi? Je comprends pas.
What?
You're stupid. Piss the fuck off. Like, oh my god, can you piss the fuck off? I'm gonna fucking stab you in the fucking face. 2000 what? No, we're not even on the map anymore. Here we go. Wait a second. I don't even understand. No. Oh. Okay. This is very fun. Hang on, I'll come show you in like 2 seconds. Where the fuck is my... Nope. That's not what I wanted. Snipping tool. Usually it is there. Save. Now, go over there. That is fucking crazy. What? Look what they put up in the Lachine or the Rayovac Park.
What the fuck?
And it goes all the way down.
No fucking way. So people can go there tomorrow.
What the fuck?
That's fucked up.
And like, that's from the city, because when you go over here, 2020 is what you get. You have to go on the bike path to get that. I'm like, why the fuck can I see more dates? I wanted to see more dates. And it wasn't working because it only goes up to 2020. Some parts only are 2015. Now, why the fuck would they feel like they want to hide something like that?
Have a bunch of landfills.
That's what I'm saying! It's to keep it so that people don't see them dumping. Because they dump all their fucking construction shit there. And then they blame the fucking natives across the water.
There's a huge road being rebuilt because they set up. There's a giant fucking pile of concrete right there. And they're actually, they're waiting to find landfill somewhere. Because they find somewhere they can put it in the ground. But if you remove everything from the concrete, you can put it in the water, and then you put dirt over it, and you expand the island.
Because when I was going from the fur trading post, going down the water all the way into LaSalle, at one point, they did that during COVID. Because I was driving past there every night, and then one day, there was just a fucking thing that went all the way across the water. I'm like, why is there a fucking thing over across the water like this?
I got that like
What do you want?
I don't know.
I can make cupcakes if you want. Okay. Ugh. Very cold on our bed. Can't fucking believe that. That's crazy. I can't believe I was fucking right. Fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. What? Yeah? Didn't you turn them off? Oh. Okay. Can't believe I was fucking right. That was fucking crazy pants. was so fun. Okay. Whiskey. What, baby? What? Oh, God. Oh, that's so gross. Ah! Oh. Ugh. Oh. Ah! Fucking stupid. Hurry up. Oh. Yeah. Run away. God, that thing is fucking gross. Ugh. Oh, wow. awesome. Almost the television. Ow. Oh, when he's okay. Wow. Huh? What? Hey, chill. One more step. Ah! Mm-hmm. Ah! Oh, yeah. How outrageous. Here. There you go. That's enough. No, that is the worst time to do drugs. What are you talking about? Not surprising. That's what telemarketers do. Yeah, because they were not interested. Whatever. Like your first set. Okay. Wait. Virtually 100%. What does that mean? Virtually 100%. That's so funny. If you look up the definition of virtually means almost or very close, but not absolute. So virtually 100% literally is an oxymoron. You would say absolutely means 100%, but virtually 100%, those two things contradict each other, so that's fucking dumb. What?
I'll be on the Discord.
Okay, fine, bye. gross. We're fucking creepy and fucked up. No, I don't like that. Okay, yeah, it's kind of that. It's possibly for hacking kids. We're just with that. Everything is hackable. Everything. I thought people feel like because they find new ways to steal. You run the country. Well, obviously. Oh my god. Crazy. But you don't even live in Brazil. Mm-hmm. Friends the country, obviously. This is fucking stupid. Oh, you like real? How wrong you are. The Great Royal British Empire. I'm pretty sure you don't have a problem with that. Mhm. Bless you. Doing scale, down in the body down. I mean, John Tory, our shadow government. Oh my gosh. What? Oh. Oh, cool. Whoa! What the fuck? Jesus. What's the problem? Jesus. Why are you yelling at me? Mm. Mm. Move. Please. Thank you. What is the matter with you? Why are you being weird? Okie dokie. Oh. Mm.
By the standards of the past. When France was recently roiled by debate over whether to return African art, this catastrophically French art historian basically made that exact case.
These artifacts, who do they belong to? They belong to the museums where they are now, because there are laws, And if even for the artifacts which were looted in the 19th century, in the 19th century, the war, there was laws, and the looting of war was legal. Maybe it's not moral, but it's legal. If you want to come back on this, why don't you come back 19th century, 17th century, 16th century? You cannot stop. You don't know where to stop.
Okay, so how do I explain this so that man will understand? Yes, there may not have been laws explicitly making looting illegal, but the idea that gives you carte blanche is, how you say, hors sheet. And setting aside that Didier Reichner, the looting apologist art historian, seems less like a real person and more like a character in Tintin, how he saved the Egyptians from themselves. The fact is, looting wasn't just an acceptable, unavoidable byproduct of war under the law. It was sometimes baked into the plan from the outset. In fact, during one notorious British raid in northern Ethiopia in 1868, the army even brought along an expert from the British Museum to bid for some of the choicest items. And importantly, people knew the practice was wrong even back then. After that raid on Ethiopia, the British Prime Minister said he deeply lamented, for the sake of the country and for the sake of all concerned, that these articles were thought fit to be brought back by a British army, and urged that they be held only until they could be restored. And he was saying that in 1868. We didn't even know how to fix a UTI without leeches back then. But we knew that raiding other countries for their shit was deeply lamentable, which is British for super fucked up. Now, the second common point is that objects are actually safer under the care of Western institutions than they would be in their home country. Here is that case being made by an art dealer regarding pre-Columbian art from Peru.
According to the law, which I think I could think of as Solomon's law, the one who loves the baby best gets the baby. The one who paid the most for the baby gets the baby. If Peru cannot properly take care of its national treasures, the rest of the world will take care of it for the free gifts. That's chicken.
That man seems great.
Yeah.
But you know what? He is right. It's exactly as King Solomon famously declared. The real mother is whoever agrees to offer $200,000 over the asking price or cash, inspection waived. But that argument, you can't be trusted with your own property, you'll just damage it, is hard to land even before you learn that the caretaking record of some museums is mixed at best. Remember that woman insisting that the Greeks couldn't possibly take care of the Parthenon marbles? Here was a fun fact. Multiple leaks have been reported in the British Museum's Greek galleries. And in the 1930s, in what museum officials later admitted was a heavy-handed attempt to clean the sculptures, they actively damaged them by scrubbing them with wire brushes and a harsh cleaning agent. And look, even under Solomon's law, whoever loves the baby gets the baby, but if you scrub the baby with wire brushes, we take the fucking baby away. And the final argument that you hear is that these museums are an open repository of the world's treasures and can actually increase the number of people who can enjoy them. But you've already seen someone point out that is only true if you can get to the museum. And also, it's worth noting that most display only a tiny fraction of their collections. The British Museum, for instance, has a collection of 8 million objects, although only around 80,000 of them, just 1%, are on public display at any one time. And it can be pretty galling for people to find that their heritage, which is often part of a vibrant present-day culture, is sitting in storage in the British Museum's underground loot prison. Here in the US, we've stashed away many Native American artifacts. And just watch as members of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes are allowed to visit artifacts in storage at Chicago's Field
So, beyond here is the storeroom where we'll be looking at some of the
Why are you being
artifacts.
such a bitch? Hey, fuck you then. No. No love. No love. No. That's all you do is bite me. Ow, bitch. Ow!
When I think about objects of electrical members that are just sitting there in the dark, I felt angry. I felt sad. You just walk in and there's just like rows and rows and rows of all these objects. They've been boxed away. Like, nobody can see them, touch them, be around them.
That is devastating. And it gets a lot harder to pretend that these objects are fulfilling a mission of educating and
just sitting there.
Find that their heritage, which is often part of only a tiny fraction of their collections. The British Museum, for instance, has a collection of 8 million objects, although only around 80,000 of them just are on public display at any one time. And it can be pretty galling for people to find that their heritage, which is often part of a vibrant present-day culture, is sitting in storage in the British Museum's underground loot prison. Here in the US, we've stashed away many Native American artifacts. And just watch as members of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes are allowed to visit artifacts in storage at Chicago's Field Museum.
So, just beyond here is the storeroom where
their collections. The British Museum, for instance, has a collection of 8 million objects, although
it's fucking crazy. What's going on? Oh, fuck off, really?
Wait, I'll check first if I know. Rage Up America? I already had that in my box, but yeah, 40%. I do have that. I put that on. So, these devices. feet. Yeah, man. I got them already. Who's at the mountain god and whose boss is that? Who's at the mountain god? Yeah, who's at the mountain god is just the thing there. It's on Perfect Road. Go out there. Mantle of Mountain Fury. And what is it from? Yep. But no, it didn't. Did not come. That's okay. That's fine. I'm doing it over. So anyone. Oh. Okay, I'm full. I have to go to town. That's the most unique item I ever seen in one go. Remember when we were doing Duriel? Like 2-3 items at the time, never the good ones. Now we fucking got like all of it in 5 minutes. Okay, just give me here a second. Me? Yeah. Which you were? It's the logging strike one. But which side are you looking at up? Are you sent it to me? Yeah, and a shard. Finally another shard. Survive. Well, I don't gain experience if I'm dead, do I? That's it. Oh, I already got 52. Right. Which one do I take? This is pretty cool. Well, this instance there. Okay. The boards? No, dude, I've been playing for a couple of days. No, not at all. It's like a brand new game to me now. No, what the fuck is this? Yeah, pretty fucking cool. Yeah, I just while you say modify your thing, I look at the things like I see Endarial. I was like, no way, hey, dude, I didn't know that. I was like, Endarial's in the game now. I have no clue. It's filling up a bunch of my seasonal quests as well. Everything's filling up and experience. I was watching TV. I was playing after work today. I was so tired. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go to bed. And I just log on. And I, not even noticing, I'm like, oh, I'm in a party. Who the fuck is this? it's you trying to trade with me. Like, oh, hey, fuck, chicken's there. Yeah, you guys went there yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I died. Oh, my equipment is fully broken. That's why. I still survive. I can revive in here. It's fine, right? Jealous. Oh, no. Yeah, for you. Good. Yeah, she knows around the map. I'll stay then. Oh. Got my bag. Oh. Cupcakes! Fuck yeah. Thank you, baby. Oh, shit. Shit. Sorry. Yeah, he's like, where the fuck's this cupcake? I'm gonna fucking mail you some cupcakes. You'll receive in like 2 weeks.
No.
You're going in Southway.
Send you some wheat cupcakes.
Yeah, we'll send you wheat cupcakes. Right, I'll send it to you in a little fucking box. Refrigerator. I don't know. Something. I'll think of something. Oh my god, there's a lot of people.
Isn't he only in Toronto?
No, he's in South Lake.
I don't even know where the fuck that is.
South River.
Still don't know where that is.
Ontario.
Okay, yeah, Ontario, same thing.
Imagine where there's the most black concentration of black flies. That's where he is.
Oh, but fuck nowhere land, Ontario.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Because nobody's around you. You have peace.
Yeah, okay, well, it's fucking. I hope you're good at growing your own food.
Well, he's fucking.
Get your fucking groceries out.
He's growing his wheat plants. Yeah. But you'll do great. Let's see. It's sweet food. It's just gross. It's just gross.
Nobody goes to fucking Ontario and doesn't go to Toronto. Like,
Fuck
people
Toronto.
who are in Ontario
Fuck
have
Toronto.
always been there. The people who go to Ontario mostly just go to Toronto. It's just weird.
Well, I mean, it's cupcake. Oh. Don't kill me, no. Leave me my. The fuck you talk like 2,000? Fuck, come on. What are you talking about? 10 milligrams. Yeah, for sure. Same. Yeah. Those little juice drink that we have are like 1,500 milligrams. It's like 250. It's 250 milliliters. It's like not even. It's not even a fucking cup.
Like, no.
Oh.
Fucking shit.
Oh, I already realized. Now you don't realize that. I won't realize that.
Only around 80,000 of them, just 1%, are on public display at any one time. And it can be pretty galling for people to find that their heritage, which is often part of a vibrant present-day culture, is sitting in storage in the British Museum's underground loot prison. Here in the US, we've stashed away many Native American artifacts. And just watch as members of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes are allowed to visit artifacts in storage at Chicago's Field Museum.
So just beyond here is the storeroom where we'll be looking at some of the artifacts.
Oh. Okay.
When I think about objects that belong to tribal members that are just sitting there in the dark, I felt angry and I felt sad. You just walk in and there's just like rows and rows and rows of all these objects. They've been boxed away since they were collected. Nobody can see them, touch them, be around them.
That is devastating. And it gets a lot harder to pretend that these objects are fulfilling a mission of educating and connecting people when they're in a basement in a box labeled with a fucking Sharpie. And at this point, you may well be thinking, well, obviously we shouldn't have taken those objects in the past, but now we know better. But you should know this practice is still very much going on. Which brings us to the second big part of our story, the modern antiquities market, because items are still being bought, sold, and donated all the time between private individuals, museums, dealers, and auction houses. And when it comes to those items, the key word to understand is provenance. Basically, the full history of an object and the path it took to end up here, because not every piece is like those famous Benin bronzes where it is clear from our history books who took them. For most items, research into provenance is absolutely critical. It's not just how you know whether an item is real or fake, but also whether or not it got to you legally. The auction house Sotheby's even has a whole video on its website bragging about how much it loves researching provenance, even though it seems to view it as less an ethical imperative and more as a pretty sweet marketing perk.
So, provenance.
That's my favorite part.
Provenance is the history of ownership for a work.
Since it was brought to life.
Who that work of art had been made for.
Whose walls it's been hanging on. How many different hands has it passed through?
Who else has looked at it? In some cases, who else has loved it? Who wore it? When did she wear it? How did she wear it? How often did she wear it? For me, this is what we kind of live for, is to get the great stories to tell.
And often the story of its ownership can be just as interesting, if not more interesting, than the artist.
Provenance is something that, in a way, doesn't matter, and yet.
Yeah, and yet, in another way, it really does. A quick side note, never in my life has there been such an intimidatingly bougie collection of people. You can almost hear them saying, actually, it's pronounced croissant. And while I do not doubt that Sotheby's loves backstories that add luster and, crucially, value to the objects that they auction, they and many others seem much less interested when those stories uncover something seamier. One gallery owner who recently pled guilty for her part in trafficking looted antiquities said that buying and selling objects with vague or even no provenance was so much the norm in the art market, it was a conspiracy of the willing. And to see exactly what that conspiracy can look like, just look at one attempted sale where Sotheby's ignored some pretty glaring warning signs.
3 years ago, Cambodia learned that Sotheby's auction house in Manhattan was attempting to sell a 1,000-year-old masterpiece for $3 million, the feet of which were still at the temple in Cambodia. Sotheby's was warned by the very expert they hired to appraise the statue that it was, quote, definitely stolen. They knew the feet were still there. Despite what their expert told them, they decided to put the statue on the front of one of their more prominent auction catalogs of the year.
Holy shit! How did that conversation go? The expert said, this is definitely stolen. And Sotheby said, yeah, but it might not be, right? And the expert said, no, it is stolen. And Sotheby said, you're so funny. And the expert said, I'm sorry, what? And Sotheby said, seriously, Jamie, you're too much. And the expert said, thanks, but again, it is stolen. And Sotheby said, tell your mom I said hi. And the expert said, my mom's actually dead. And then they printed it on the cover. Now, legally, I have to tell you, Sotheby's insist that they did nothing wrong and that they conduct extensive due diligence before offering items up for auction. But you should know, in the case of that statue, federal prosecutors eventually intervened, forcing Sotheby's to hand it over to Cambodia, where it was eventually happily reunited with its feet. It's a real Cinderella story, isn't it? If Cinderella had been amputated at the ankle. And interestingly, and to that point, it is not uncommon to see statues missing feet or hands. And while you might assume that it's damage due to time, it's often a sign that it has been stolen, with looters or thieves sawing off heads to sell separately or hacking a sculpture out from a temple wall so rapidly that they leave the feet behind. And if I know this, and you now know this, then Sotheby's definitely fucking did. And again, this is why provenance research is so vitally important. But many buyers fail to do even the bare minimum, meaning that the demand for stolen goods will always be met by a steady supply. Just watch as a dealer in Nepalese artifacts, Deepak Shakya, basically walk someone through just how easy it can be to get paperwork to justify removing an object from the country.
By law, the country's Department of Archaeology cannot issue export papers on items more than 100 years old. But Deepak says he has a tried and proven way.
So government, no problem getting these out?
No. I mean, we have to give some money to undertable, otherwise, no problem.
Okay.
I mean, it's not legal.
Okay.
But still, I mean, we can get this done. It's no problem.
Okay, that is way too easy. I don't know how hard it should be to illegally export a culture's treasured antiquities, but it should at least be harder than find a guy who has a guy. That man was later arrested and charged, presumably alarming any museums with large collections from Nepal. And just look what happened when those documentary makers sat down with a representative from the Rubin Museum right here in New York to ask a pretty basic question.
In Nepal, authorities recently arrested a number of antique dealers. Has the Rubin Museum done any dealings with Deepak Shakya or his family, the Shakyas?
I don't think we should answer that. I mean,
The museum's PR person intervenes.
You have to do a lot of research to know that.
Do you want to say
Do you
that?
want us to like get back to you on it?
That would be, yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, a pretty good rule when you're asked, do you work with art thieves, is that any answer that's not an immediate no is instantly suspicious. And while the Rubin later claimed that, to their best knowledge, they didn't have any connection to Deepak Shakya or any objects from him, they did return these two objects from their collection just this year that were very much stolen, and the Nepalese group that pressured them to do that recently identified another object that they say is stolen, which, you'll never guess, just happens to be in the Rubin right now. But don't worry, the Rubin told us they're looking into that one now too, and I'm sure they'll get back to us. After all, it's what they do. And the thing is, there are lots of dealers around who use museums to launder their reputations. Take Subhash Kapoor. He was once one of the leading sources of Asian art for museums and collectors. The Met currently has 86 objects from him in its collection, and even threw him a private reception in 2009 after he donated dozens of Indian drawings, which was a real win-win because the Met got the drawings and Kapoor got to tell people that he had art in the Met. And it's not like they would work with a disreputable dealer, right? But Kapoor was ultimately identified as a prolific trafficker of stolen goods, and he didn't even bother coming up with good cover stories. The most common one that he used was that objects had come from the family collection of his girlfriend. And you might be thinking, that is so stupid, it would only work on a group of real ding-dongs, to which I'd say, you're absolutely right, it seems to have worked on the Met 86 times. And buying art without doing proper provenance research can blow up in a museum's face in spectacular fashion. Take what happened a few years back at the Met Gala. The year 2018. Kim Kardashian made an appearance wearing head-to-toe Atelier Versace that was, notably gold, just like this guy, Nejamank, or, more specifically, his coffin, which the Met had recently acquired. Guys, a photo of the two of them had to happen, didn't it? Well, when it did, the internet absolutely exploded, but then this happened.
The Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, receiving a tip after Kim's photo from the Met Gala went viral. The Manhattan Assistant District Attorney was emailed the photo by an anonymous informant in the Middle East, saying he recognized the coffin and knew it had been looted. Museum officials saying they bought the sarcophagus for $4 million from an art dealer in Paris in 2017, but were fooled by fake papers saying it had been legitimately exported decades ago.
Wow! Say what you like about Kim Kardashian. The woman has a real knack for producing incredible images just by standing next to men that look like they died a long time ago. Now, it turns out, Nejaman's coffin had been stolen during the Egyptian uprising in 2011, and as the story unraveled, it became very clear that the Met should have been a lot more suspicious when it was offered to them, because the red flags included 3 conflicting ownership histories, the involvement of known traffickers, and a forged export license that bore the stamp Arab Republic of Egypt before the country used that name. And that is too many red flags. Even like if Madame Tussauds bought and displayed a clearly alive James Spader. Your only job was to make sure this celebrity was waxed. How'd you fuck this up so badly? Let the man go home. Now, the Met has since relinquished the coffin and apologised to Egypt, but a museum's approach to provenance research cannot be do nothing until Kim Kardashian takes a photograph in front of one of our objects and we're humiliated on the international stage. This cannot be all her responsibility. She's too busy revolutionising shapewear. And it's worth noting, in the last 5 years, the Met has had no fewer than 9 search warrants executed on it, resulting in 37 pieces being seized, and none of this is a victimless crime. Because the trafficking of looted antiquities has financed some of the world's worst actors, from the genocidal Khmer Rouge in Cambodia to the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. And the harm also extends to the personal level. Because again, if I could impress one thing on you, it's that when these objects end up in the West, we put them behind glass and we call them art. But in their home context, they can be much more. For instance, this stolen sacred statue was in a Dallas museum until March of last year. And when it was finally returned to Nepal, it was immediately put back into use for religious worship. There was just a level of abject callousness on display here, which, to be fair, some institutions are finally coming to terms with. Take the University of Aberdeen in Scotland. It recently began reassessing objects in its collection and facing the grim realities of what it had been holding on to, like this glass sphere. Now, the story behind how it got to Aberdeen is both fascinating and completely...
This Hindu holy man had been challenged to hold the glass sphere for 12 years in order to obtain a beneficial afterlife. He only managed 8.
Subsequently, we discovered that in the anatomical collection of human skulls, we have his skull.
Wow. Is that his head?
It is, yeah.
Let's have a look. Gosh, it's amazing and awful at the same time, isn't it? They're cremated, aren't they? Hindus? And he hasn't been cremated. That's profoundly offensive, isn't it? And here we are in the 21st century, and we still haven't had this person to announce it now. God, that's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and for about 100 different reasons. Because a head in a box is less something you'd expect to find at an academic institution and more in the basement of a fucking serial killer. And that's emblematic of so much here. The fact that for so long, not only did no one see the significance of that object to that man, no one saw that man as significant, period. So what can be done? Well, some institutions, like the University of Aberdeen, have been taking this reckoning seriously. They're beginning discussions with a local Hindu temple about what to do with that man's remains. They actually also had a Benin bronze, which they repatriated late last year, which is great. But too often, the reckoning only goes so far. A few years ago, the UK's National Army Museum returns to Ethiopia a stolen lock of hair belonging to an Ethiopian emperor, but took pains to point out that it was, and I quote, definitely not a precedent. Look, the fact is, museums should be getting asked hard questions about every aspect of their acquisition process and their collections. A long overdue conversation about where their items came from and whether anyone wants them back. Some countries might even be willing to loan items back out to museums around the world, but with a clear understanding of who actually owns them. The point is that conversation why the groups of those items originally belonged to. It's just, well, obviously, museums should not be violating them. They shouldn't be violating basic moral decency either. There is so much that we need to do to reckon with the harms, both past and present, of colonialism. But this should really be the easy part. And until such time as we genuinely engage in that reckoning, I'd actually like to present a potential mandate.
Hi, I'm Kamal Nanjian, and I'm here to introduce you to the Payback Museum. The first museum in the world devoted to providing recourse to nations who've been plundered of their greatest treasures throughout history by colonial dickheads. This is a collection that's all about disconnecting people. Specifically, disconnecting Western countries from their shit, you know, the way they did to everyone else. Come on, I'll show you around. Welcome to our Africa wing. This is where there should be Benin bronzes, the spectacular tablets that tell a comprehensive story.
But they were put in the bag, shaken, and dumped out all over Europe like a bunch of Scrabble letters. So until we get them back, this room is home to one of the Stonehenge arches. Yeah, Brittany, you might have noticed you're missing one. We took it because you were just leaving it out, letting it get wet. I mean, look, there's like grass and shit on it. And frankly, you can't even think about returning it until you start caring for what you already have. Honestly, I don't even like it. I think Stonehenge sucks. It's just big dumb rocks. But I don't want to return them despite you. You having fun? I am. You know, for Latin America, we wanted to feature a collection of gorgeous, ancient, indigenous Peruvian textiles. But they're all in a museum in Philadelphia, so instead we have the Liberty Bell, an early American example of a fucking bell. And we didn't stop there. We also have Mount Rushmore. To be more accurate, just the tip. And to be more specific, of George Washington's nose. And you might be thinking, why are you depriving thousands of bored school children the sight of this oversized snob and this fucked up dinger? Well, you know the rules. Whoever loves the baby best gets the baby. And your babies got. Now we've got something real special. I'm thrilled to announce the grand opening of our brand new state-of-the-art Asia Wing, where we are beyond proud to display a number of priceless 10th century religious statues. Or at least we were. Now we only have their feet. So instead, we got a couple things from France. Oh, we got most of the Mona Lisa, overrated bunch of shit from Versailles. Eugene Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People, which I swear we're going to frame at some point, or at least get some poster putty, tack it onto a wall like in our college dorm room next to a picture of Bob Marley. You know what's fun? The story of its ownership can be just as interesting as the art itself. Who's owned it, who's loved it, who you'll stop as we run out of the museum with it, if that's what happened, which it definitely didn't because we have the papers saying it's fine. See? Don't worry, we followed all the laws. Now, if you come with me, our last stop is where the real treasures are.
No.
Here we are in the storeroom where we keep some of our most prized possessions. Items so valuable, we know it's morally indefensible for us to have them. The good shit. Every one of these boxes will blow your mind. Got loot, more loot. Oh, this one's very, very special. In this box lie 3 of Gerald Ford's ribs. You're wondering why do we have 3 of Gerald Ford's ribs? It's because we could not get 4. And you're probably thinking, wait, he hasn't been dead nearly long enough for that to be okay. Say, oh yeah? How long do you have to be dead for it to be okay? Huh? I'm serious, give me a number for how long after his death it's okay to have a part of someone's body sweating in your museum's hot storage. So please, that own this stuff, come, enjoy it. Our museum is a world repository, so you can visit your stuff anytime, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., and not on Mondays. And I know you might want some of this stuff back, and we would love to give it back to you, but if we give it to you, everyone else is going to line up, and suddenly this whole place is empty. So the answer is no. It's all ours forever. Smells like payback. We're done. That's our show. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next week tonight. Thanks for joining us. It has been a busy week. Russia's bridge to Crimea was seriously damaged in yet another setback for them. Herschel Walker acted out 10 different episodes of Maury, and Joe Biden gave a speech at a factory in Maryland that he began like this.
Let me start off with 2 words. Made in America.
Yeah, that's 3 words, Joe. That's 3 words. You just out-Bidened yourself.
Oh my God.
Listen to the rest of his speech. He'd go 2 words, made in America. 5 words, crushed it. 9 words, 4 words, you betcha.
You betcha.
In Iraq, a country where people
That's so sad. Poor Joe Biden.
Into a soda and were like, the fuck we can't. Don't look until you tried it, by the way. For the last 2 weeks, there have been huge protests all over Iraq following the death of a young woman named Mahsa Amini after her arrest for violating mandatory hijab rules by Iran's so-called morality police. And I know
Yeah,
morality
that's
police
bad.
sounds like a fake name that Tucker Carlson made up for people who won't let him say
Well, we have
slurs
the
anymore.
language
But
police, so
it's a
there's
very
that.
real organisation that enforces dress and behaviour rules, and which has been newly energised under a hardline new president.
Well, it was really
who took
cool. The
office
girls
last
started
year.
cutting off their
For
hair.
a while now, there's been widespread discontent in Iran.
Not cool, but
Repression, corruption, inflation, and economic pain caused in part by US sanctions. But the death of Masa Amini has unleashed a torrent of fury led by one group in particular.
what, baby?
Schoolgirls have now joined anti-government protests in Iran. Here, in capital Tehran, they're marching in the streets chanting, "Death to the dictator." The biggest threat for more than a decade to Iran's radical Islamic leadership are now teenagers.
It's true.
Wow.
Teenagers are currently the scariest thing to the Iranian government, which honestly feels right. Teenagers are terrifying. The list of groups I never want mad at me goes in ascending order: the mafia from 50 years ago, Jason Momoa, less about him being physically imposing, more about me craving his approval, robots, spiders after they all learn to work together, and then, right at the top, teenage girls. And the young women at the forefront of these protests have been making it very clear that they are not afraid to stand up to the morality police or indeed anybody.
This video shows female students in Shiraz shouting, "Basijis get lost," to remember the feared Basiji paramilitary force who'd been invited to give a speech. And in this video, filmed near the capital Tehran, Iranian schoolgirls, many without their heads covered, throw objects at a man and chase him away.
Holy shit! The bravery of those girls is genuinely incredible.
That's feminism right there.
The school that they attend is the Fuck Around and Find Out Academy for Girls. And if that's not what it's called, it should be from now on. These protests are taking many forms, and they are rapidly spreading online. When Iranian women were filmed cutting their hair in protest, women around the world started doing the same in solidarity, which is incredibly inspiring, although I will say it's also a little hurtful. But when Iranian women cut their own hair, everyone supports them. But when I cut my own hair, everyone says I look like Amelie fell headfirst into a garbage disposal. I'm not saying they're wrong about that. I'm just saying it is a double standard. Now, unsurprisingly, the government is now violently cracking down, killing over 100 protesters and bystanders. And Ayatollah Khamenei has resorted to claiming that America is behind these protests and has been secretly instigating them. And look, it is not like America has not meddled in Iran's affairs in the past, but in this instance, the protesters seem very clear about who they are mad at, and it is him.
These young girls no longer want to see his face in their classrooms. Instead, they wrote their dreams behind his framed picture, equality and freedom, to turn this page of Iran's history.
That is extremely powerful to see, and frankly, I don't blame those girls for not wanting to see that particular face every day, even if he wasn't the symbol of oppression and tyranny. It looks like right before that picture was taken, the photographer said, "Ready? 3, 2, 1. When a panda has twins, it keeps the stronger one and abandons the other. Say cheese!" Perfect. Now, as for what happens next, it is hard to say. There have been civilian uprisings in Iran before that the government snuffed out, like the Green Movement in 2009, and that could well happen again here. But as some Iranians have said, this time does feel a little different. The primary drivers of these protests are young, defiant, and they are fed up with the status quo, and they deserve our sustained attention. Because to the young people of Iran, let me say this. If I may borrow some phrasing from Joe Biden, I have 2 words for you. You are all absolutely fucking amazing. And
now, Christopher Columbus, kind of a cool guy.
Coming up on Kudlow, am I the only guy who thinks Christopher Columbus was really kind of a cool guy? I mean, he discovered our hemisphere, he risked life and limb to do it, and now everybody's beating up on him? I think that's very unfair, and he's not around to defend himself.
I'm not saying Christopher Columbus was an angel by any means, or that he was a perfect individual, but he obviously had some major accomplishments.
We need to judge him by the standards of his own time, not ours. And by the way, by those standards, Christopher Columbus was a pretty good guy.
We are flawed. Is Columbus flawed? Sure, he's flawed. We're all flawed. I'm flawed. Was he flawed? We've talked about this before, Tucker, on your show. Of course he was flawed. We're all flawed. Who are we to judge? An epic figure in human history. That debate. He also brought back to Europe something you may not be aware of, which is potatoes.
Okay.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns concerns crime. You know, McGruff's kink. It's genuinely impressive that this crime dog taught a whole generation how to be narcs while simultaneously dressing like he's about to jerk it in the back of a movie theatre. Specifically, we're going to talk about how crime is covered by the news, because the news loves seriously, and sometimes like this.
Let's get this straight from the start. You're Negro Brantley, right?
I am.
Is your name Mike?
No, it's not.
This is what Nedra's car looked like today. Spray painted all over it. Cheater, cheater, Mike is a cheater. Mike. See what you do. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you are. But you may want to start changing your ways. Or changing your name.
Yes, I want that man on my TV all day, every day. In fact, before Washington's pat connors to Ukraine, I guarantee you it'll be sorted out tomorrow. Blah, 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 blah. See what you've done. Now, you undoubtedly noticed that crime makes up a significant part of your local. The scale of that coverage has a real impact. Research has shown that viewing local TV news is related to increased fear of and concern about crime, and the TV news viewers are also more likely to support tougher crime policies, which does help explain why our perception is sharply at odds with the reality of it. For over 30 years, Gallup has asked Americans whether the US has more or less crime compared to the year before, and in every year except for one, the public has said that crime has increased, even as the actual crime rate has plummeted. Interestingly, the 1 year that the majority said less was 2001, famously a year where everything was super chill, no drama, just vibes. TV news leans hard on "this could happen to you" type of crime stories, which are designed to pull you in, with the latest version being this.
Authorities continue to sound the alarm about the dangers of rainbow fentanyl.
Another warning about rainbow fentanyl, the deadly drug disguised as candy.
It is called rainbow fentanyl. And the colorful candy-like appearance is actually designed to appeal to young kids.
They're attractive. They're colorful. They look like candy.
This is every parent's worst nightmare, especially in the month of October as Halloween fast approaches. This is treacherous deception to market rainbow fentanyl like candy.
Okay, so first, rainbow fentanyl. The top of a very special episode of My Little Pony. But,
oh my god.
While the idea of rainbow fentanyl being made to target kids sounds very scary, experts on narcotics have pointed out that those pills are almost certainly coloured just to differentiate products, and it has nothing to do with marketing to kids at all, period, whatsoever. Which does make sense, doesn't it? Because kids, and this is true, are not an ideal customer base for expensive street drugs.
No
Even
shit.
if dealers were targeting trick-or-treaters with a first ones on the house strategy, where do you expect little Zeke to come up with the cash for the next one? Sure, he's got his weekly allowance, but he smacked his brother yesterday, so that's that dollar gone. And the rest of his net worth is tied up in Lego store gift cards. He is useless to dealers. Maybe check back in 10 years when he gets prescribed Oxy after a lacrosse injury. And look, that is not to say that opioid addiction among young people isn't a real issue. It obviously is, but it doesn't help the conversation around that issue to have newscasters jumping on splashy "your kids' Halloween candy could be fentanyl" stories that even in this report, they half acknowledge is bullshit right at the very end.
Police departments warning parents to check the candy their kids bring home from trick-or-treating.
Which is
We
also
don't want to have kids who are taking pills that they think it's candy and is really not.
What?
There have been no instances of that happening.
Yeah, of course not. I'm so glad you tacked that disclaimer on at the end there, though. I'm sure that 3-second debunked red understation logo is exactly what everyone's going to take away from that report, and definitely not the image of little hulks sticking their hands into bowls of Skittles-shaped smack. Instinct to run an eye-catching crime story without being skeptical of its sourcing is unfortunately incredibly common. So given that, tonight, let's talk about crime reporting, specifically the incentives driving the outlets that cover crime, the flawed sources that they rely upon, and the greater harm that it can do to all of us. Let's start with the obvious here. Crime has always driven ratings. The mantra, if it bleeds, it leads, has been around for decades, but the philosophy really took hold around the 1970s when two local stations in Philadelphia pioneered the eyewitness and action news formats, which leaned heavily on crime news. As one anchor there explained, crime was cheap to cover, it was easy to cover. The assignment desk said to the cameraman, you shoot the scene, you shoot the blood, you shoot victims, whatever they got, and you can do it in 20 seconds.
Wow.
But that is not good. The most meaningful stories are rarely the fastest or the cheapest. And I'm not just saying that because I host very long news stories that are also expensive to produce the comedy show. I'm saying it because it's true. Nonetheless, those formats quickly spread to 200 markets around the country. By the 1990s, CNN even did a whole piece wondering if all that crime coverage was necessarily a good thing.
Crime news can look a lot like entertainment.
The dark black is crime coverage.
One Los Angeles station, a study showed, spent over half its newscasts on crime. Others came close.
I'm convinced that if you could get everyone who wanted to commit suicide to do it in a public place where the media could be present, we would have like a TV show called Suicide Today.
Wow. Way to bring down the room there. No, not to step on that man's creative pursuits here. There is already primetime programming where people kill themselves for our entertainment. It's called Monday Night Football. Happy concussion season, football fans. It sure feels like this sport maybe shouldn't exist. So, people have been raising the alarm about our obsession with crime news for a while now, but it's clearly been hard for news outlets to give it up, as they are constantly making space for stories about crimes, be they major or incredibly minor, often illustrated with mugshots. The New York Daily News even has mugshot galleries on their website right now, with titles like Criminally Bad Hair Days and Babes Behind Bars. It's fun, isn't it? It's fun because it's their worst day. And the thing is, the faces that get shown can compound existing inequities in our justice system. A study a few years ago here in New York found that while around a quarter of the city's population is black people made up for half of all arrests and 3/4 of criminals shown on the news, which is clearly going to distort public perception. And while outlets may justify reporting on sensational arrests as part of the public interest, far too often, whether due to a lack of time or resources or even inclination, they don't follow up on what the outcomes of those cases are, which can seriously impact people's lives. Take Darcel Trotter. He and his brother were accused of sexual assault in 2012 by a woman who not only recanted her accusations, but pled guilty to filing a false police report. The problem is, their charges had already made the local news, which then never got around to mentioning that the charges were dismissed. And years later, with uncorrected stories still sitting on news sites, Darcel was having to make calls like these.
How you doing, Jim? My name is Darcel Trotter, and it was an article regarding being accused of sexual assault. Me, my twin brother. Did we do a story about the charges were dropped too? No, you guys never did that. We should have got a follow-up story that charges were dropped. Yeah, I mean, that would have been nice.
Yeah, it would have been.
Wow.
If I could just talk to the Jim there for a second. Hey, Jim. I don't know if that's short for James, Jimothy, or Jimmy. Anyway, Jim, your paper goofed. You can't just report the start of the story and ignore the end. Imagine if the news hadn't covered the end of Balloon Boy. Oh well, guess he's still up there. The balloon has left my immediate line of vision, so who really gives a shit? So the news media can be overly reliant on eye-catching crime stories that are quick and easy to turn around. And the speed with which the daily crime beat operates actually leads to one of the biggest issues in crime coverage, which is that it often relies heavily on a single source. It is why, if you watch the TV news, at any length of time, you will undoubtedly hear one particular phrase.
The Lovington police say they know who is responsible for a prank at a local park.
Police in Fairfield say an officer was attacked with bear spray.
Police say no suspects are in custody.
Police say.
Police say. Police say. Police say. Police say.
Police say. It's a phrase that you constantly hear from the mouths of news reporters. It's right up there with "this just in" or "back to you" or "I apologise for the accent I did on Cinco de Mayo." And look, there is obviously nothing wrong with calling the police to ask questions. When you're working on a deadline, you can't always reach arrested civilians or their attorneys who sometimes don't even want to talk with you anyway. And police can be easy to reach. Many larger departments have even set up robust media relations divisions. The LA County Sheriff's Department has 42 people on its information bureau at an annual cost of $4.8 million. And the LAPD spends over $3 million for 25 people in similar units, which is already a little telling, because while a certain amount of spending is necessary, you don't spend that much on PR if things are going great. For context, all those budgets combined equal just 1 month's salary for Ezra Miller's publicist.
Even if you
They
do pay
are
for it,
so tired. They need to sleep. Even smaller police departments can public information officers, or PIOs. And as this one proudly notes, these press releases can make it straight to air.
Something major happens, whether it's a shooting or some major car accident, whatever it is, you go back to your office, you type up this long press release, and you send it out to the public and all the news agencies. Within minutes, you have reporters from all over the country calling you. There's something strangely satisfying that when you put out that press release, hours later, you're watching the news, and every station that's talking about your story is literally reading your press release word for word.
Okay, set aside the fact that everything about this man answers the question, what if Fred Durst, but worse? That claim that the police's version of events can be parroted verbatim in the press is genuinely alarming. Although I cannot really fault him for being excited at seeing his work read word for word on TV. Ask my writers, and they'll tell you they experience the exact same thrill whenever I read one of their little juice chunks.
I just looked and it was 33333.
Did you like hearing me say you're the rough dog jerking it, Joe? I bet you did, you college graduates. But the fact reporters will echo PIOs does explain certain things, like the ubiquity of phrases like officer-involved shooting. You see it in police accounts all the time, but it's a weird term for reporters to repeat because it deliberately omits crucial information about how the officer was involved. If you went to someone's house for dinner and they said, tonight there is a rat-involved dinner, you'd justifiably have some follow-up questions. Are we going to a Chuck E. Cheese? Is the chef being controlled by a tiny French rat under his hat? Or are we going to be on an episode of Kitchen Nightmares? All three are technically rat-involved, but some options are easier to live with than others. And honestly, police departments don't always need PIO to push their narrative, as outlets will sometimes just grab shit from a law enforcement agency's social media. For instance, police love posting evidence from busts that they've conducted, like this one, which a Texas news station not only shared on their own Facebook page, but even included on their evening broadcast.
A search warrant executed Monday has left 3 people behind bars. The Tenahawk Police Department has released information on the raid. Among the items seized were 2 pounds of marijuana, illegally possessed prescription pills, drugs, packaging materials, guns, and cash.
Wow, that's
if you don't
pathetic.
Really think about what you are looking at there, I guess that seems like a story, right?
No.
But is it? Because as many quickly pointed out, when you examine that photo, you realise not only is that not a lot of drugs, there is way less cash there than they are going out of their are singles. That is $70 total. One commenter on the station's post said, sick, this is Play School's my favorite. And another adding, who was the drug dealer? El Cheapo. And that speaks to the fact that there can be a gap, sometimes massive, between the story telling everyone and the story that actually happened. Because cold stories can, for a lot of reasons, turn out to be very wrong in ways both serious and incredibly petty. Take the trend of cops claiming mistreatment at the hands of fast food employees, which local news can be only too happy to gobble right up.
A possible hate crime against police is being investigated right now at a Shake Shack in downtown Manhattan. Sources tell CBS 2 3 officers became sick after having shakes from the restaurant tonight. Police suspect an employee may have contaminated the drinks with bleach.
The Layton police sergeant ordered a sub and a lemonade from this Subway, but after taking a few sips of his drink, he quickly found out he got much more than what he paid for.
He was having a hard time maintaining his body. His body was jerking.
What caused those side effects, police say, turned out to be a double dose of illegal narcotics.
DJ, a local law enforcement officer, told Eyewitness News he suspects someone at McDonald's took a bite from his sandwich before he completed the sale.
Tonight, a McDonald's in Junction City is investigating after a police officer found insulting words written on his coffee. The F word has been blurred out in this image of
fucking pig.
You can see the word pig written right below it.
Okay, so there was a lot there, but real quick, there was no bleach in the shakes, no drugs in the lemonade. The cop with the sandwich later admitted he'd simply forgotten he took a bite from it. And the one with the coffee admitted he'd written fucking big on his own cup, which is a serious act of self-loathing, unless that is, you are Miss Piggy, in which case it's a slay. Out of the way, boys. She's got fashion to work and frog dick to slurp. Whose coffee is that? It's this fucking pig's. And that speaks to one of the major problems with deferring to police, because as many of you have undoubtedly been yelling at your TV like I am a Wheel of Fortune contestant who cannot solve the puzzle. Police lie, and they lie a lot. As you've seen on this show, they lie to get search warrants to conduct raids and to get confessions during interrogations, and they even lie under oath. So often, in fact, here in New York, it came to be known as tested lying. All of which should be more than enough for the puzzle on the Wheel of Fortune with immense skepticism rather than repeated verbatim. Take the notorious press release the Minneapolis police put out following the murder of George Floyd, titled "Man Dies After Medical Incident During Police Interaction." What you may not know is it was picked up almost word for word by local news the next morning.
We do begin this morning with the developing news. A man is dead after what police are calling a medical distress after being handcuffed. The officers were responding to a forgery in progress. It happened on the 3700 block of Chicago Avenue.
Forgery.
When they arrived, officers found a man they believed to be the suspect sitting inside a car. They apparently told him to get out. He resisted. Officers eventually got him handcuffed, which is when he appeared to have the medical issue. The suspect was taken to the hospital.
Like someone's knee on their fucking neck. That's a medical issue.
That is a hugely self-serving statement from the police, because by saying George Floyd died because of medical distress, their role was completely erased. His medical distress
was a knee on his neck.
The biggest air quotes humanly possible here was the result of an officer pressing his knee into his neck for 9 minutes. Repeating that claim by the
with
police,
like 5 people on one fucking guy.
Saying JFK died of a headache today. Sure, it's not technically wrong, but it's the understanding of the fucking century. The point is, it was only after the release of cell phone footage recorded by a brave 17-year-old girl that police narrative fell apart. Otherwise, that bullshit press release might well have been the version of events that everybody heard. And that's not a one-off. An investigation last year of police killings in California found at least a dozen examples of initial police statements misrepresenting events, with reports citing vague medical emergencies without disclosing that officers had caused the emergencies through their use of force. And in most instances, media outlets repeated the police version of events with little skepticism, which clearly isn't good. There is a time and a place for media outlets to operate without skepticism, and we all know it's the cover of health magazines. Not an ounce of critical thinking on this extremely real cover that includes the headlines, "Lose 9 waist inches in 21 days," and "News, a potato a day ups weight loss by 340%. That is rock solid science, presumably. And there are times where the trust that reporters place in some police sources have been particularly egregious. Just take what happened in Chicago after the police shot teenager Laquan McDonald 16 times. In their initial coverage, multiple local outlets featured interviews with one particular person on the scene, whose version of events heavily favored the police.
I don't know what his mental state was, but he wasn't dropping a knife and he was coming at the officer. You obviously aren't going to sit down and have a cup of coffee with him. He is a very serious threat to the officers, and he leaves them no choice at that point but to defend themselves.
Well, that's a very detailed picture painted by Palm Beach Potato Head there. But a few things that you should know. First, while he sounds like an eyewitness, he was not there for the incident. Second, videotape
I'm rolling a joint.
Was complete horseshit. Police shot McDonald when he was walking away from them. But finally, reporters should have known to take anything that guy said with a massive grain of salt, because Pat Camden was the spokesperson for the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police, which functions as part police union,
Seriously?
Special interest lobby group. His only agenda was to protect cops.
He's on a green screen.
Way too easy for this little mustachioed weirdo to hear that there was a shooting, drive to the scene, jump in front of cameras, and grab control of the narrative.
He did not drive to the scene. That is a green screen.
One analysis found that in a 4-year time span, he provided an initial version of events for 35 police shootings. And in 15 cases, crucial aspects of his statements were later proved to be false or misleading, which is just wild. If you get caught cheating at one casino, they ban you from every casino. This guy peddles bullshit to the press 15 times, and yet somehow his picture wasn't pinned behind every news desk in the country with the warning, "Do not ask this man about anything." So often, it seems like news outlets will be serving their communities much better if they weren't quite so trusting when it came to what police tell them. And to see a lot of what I've talked about tonight in one place, Just take what happened in Brookside, Alabama, where a few years ago, local news was excitedly reporting on a new initiative from their police department, which, police said, was getting real results.
We tell you stories all the time about crime going up, but we got some good news. The town of Brookside says they're seeing crime go down.
Brookside's not a big town, but its narcotics interdiction team, they've been busy.
Another drug bust this weekend on I-22.
And the Brookside police have been so busy.
Our number one goal is to not prosecute people. It's to save lives. That's why we got into this. We want to save lives. We want to keep our citizens
sweetheart.
safe. We want to keep people who are coming to Brookside safe and enjoy our town.
All that coverage is just so weird. It's part local news fluff, part propaganda, and something bordering on a tourism ad from Officer Teddy Ruxpin there. But think about it. It's a bit
It's like
strange
20,
that
like-
one tiny town in Alabama has suddenly become a hotbed for drug smuggling, right? Well, it turns out, yes. And I will say, to its credit, one local station did dig a little deeper, airing a report about the fact that a weird amount of drivers were questioning the tickets written by that police department. A story, incidentally, that led that department to tell employees that anyone talking to that reporter would be fired. But it wasn't until 2 years later that an in-depth investigation from AL.com revealed what had actually been happening. And that is that Brookside, a town of just 1,200 people, was having its finances rocket fueled by tickets and aggressive policing, with bullshit traffic tickets being issued at a truly ridiculous rate.
Brookside dragged so many people into court that police had to direct traffic on court days. Money from fines and forfeitures soared more than 600%.
What?
To the point where it made up half the town budget.
It's true. It got to the point where the police department was taking in $487 for every man, woman, and child, and spending it on, among other things, a SWAT team, a jail, a fleet of unmarked cars, and 2 drug-sniffing dogs, one of which they named, and this is true, K9 Cash. Here is that dog, and I will say, he does look like a K9 Cash, and that's not a compliment, bad dog. But the point is, what was actually happening in Brookside turned out to be a pretty far cry from the initial coverage of, hey, great news, this small town police force is apparently Miami Vice all of a sudden. Anyway, no further questions. And the thing is, by presenting police uncritically, you're not just helping them dodge accountability, you're giving them a huge lobbying platform. Right now, you don't have to look far to find cops on TV suggesting that the fix for any rise in crime is to undo the criminal justice reforms of the past few years and to give them more money. And this can get real results. Even the current rainbow fentanyl scare started with a DEA press release, which happened to drop just as Congress was in the midst of budget negotiations. Everyone picked up that story, and what do you know, last week, Chuck Schumer announced his intention to allocate nearly $300 million more to law enforcement so that they can fight the scourge of rainbow fentanyl. And look, I'm not saying all crime reporting is bad. There's some incredible coverage out there. We feature it on this show all the time. And a lot of what I've told you tonight came from great investigative reporting. But the daily crime rate, whether from lack of resources, lack of scrutiny, or lack of follow-through, far too often takes police at their word and not as an interest group who should be treated as such. So, what should happen here? Well, the police could change the ways that they both behave and communicate, but given that that's not going to be happening anytime soon, it unfortunately falls to the rest of us. For news outlets, they could try and snap out of their automatic deference to police, which is actually possible. Just watch what happened when a political web series from The Hill invited on a public defender to discuss the case of Jamie Walker, who was killed by police after fleeing a traffic stop. Watch her push back when the host seems a little too eager to accept the police line.
There's no world, no traffic infraction, the punishment is death. Not one. Never. So there's no reason why 8 officers should choose to go and shoot him to death.
I guess I just don't have a lot of sympathy in this particular case, although I do.
You have a lot of sympathy in this case where he was shot 60 times.
After leading the police on a high-speed chase and returning fire.
First of all, let me just say this. The police, no. Let's
Robbie.
Too often we hear
Oh my God, it's fucking Robbie.
As though it is the ultimate truth. We see too many discrepancies for us to consistently lean on what the police say is the truth.
Absolutely.
What we know is police say, which has not yet been substantiated or corroborated, they say they believe that one bullet might have come from the window. They say that that's what they say. Their argument is maybe.
Right. Who knows if that's
exactly. But what I do know is that they shot this boy 60 times for a traffic infraction. I know that.
Yeah.
So.
All right, we'll have our rising panel join us next.
Oh my fucking God.
If for nothing else, And to watch baby Ryan Seacrest trying to wrap up the segment after getting his arse absolutely handed to him. But what is incredible to watch him in real time. Backtrack from, I don't have a lot of sympathy to, oh, absolutely, I agree, who knows what's true. It should not be incumbent on that woman to walk him to that point. She can't be on every local news set. She has a life to live. And there are small changes that might help reorient all of our thinking. Some experts have suggested that rather than going with police say, outlets should consider going with police claim.
Then he just like segues over to the next thing. Like yeah, typical Robbie. What a piece of shit.
Network has stopped publishing mugshot galleries, saying they feed into negative.
There's a joint on the tray for you.
Limited news value, which they are. And the Arizona Republic has pledged that it will follow any case that it covers to its conclusion in courts or otherwise, which hopefully will save people like Dustin Potter from having to make phone calls like the incredibly strange one that you saw me make earlier. But the larger cultural change might be for outlets to fundamentally reconsider whether the crimes they're covering are actually newsworthy. Because the truth is, not all crimes are. And crime is only one small slice of the much bigger picture that they could be painting what is happening in communities. The fact is, because crime news is pumped at us 24/7, the way it's reported is deeply linked with how it's both perceived by the public and prosecuted by the state. Look, we've said before, local news is incredibly important, which is why it is so critical that it is done well. So, to the outlets who do put an undue amount of weight on police statements and prioritise sensational crime coverage over more complete pictures of public safety, if I may, I would like to throw it over to one of your own.
See what you've done. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you are. But you may want to start changing your ways.
Exactly. And now, this.
And now, another installment of local news beat poetry from NBC4 Washington's Pat Collins.
They call it drifting, but it's anything but that. Look at the skid marks. They go round and round and round and round and round. It's enough to make you dizzy. In this park, there was a fighting, there was a sighting, there was a trapping, and tonight, one fox is in custody. It happened way up there.
That's so funny.
Something like this, there was no earthquake. This is something less than an act of God. It appears to be a big scrape job.
That's our show. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Good night.
It's not just the word, it's the driver's side mirror. It's the windshield. Boom, boom, and boom.
$50 billion metaverse and more like a new section on WikiFeet. But we're going to begin tonight with the war in Ukraine, which has seen a significant
Russia's punishing missile barrage this week, captured on dash cams and other cameras across the country. The brutal retaliation for the blast on the bridge connecting Russia to Crimea, directed by hardline commander Sergei Surovikin.
It's true. Sergei Surovikin's appointment was announced just hours after that bridge explosion, which does send a real message because he's not only known for his brutal tactics in Syria, he's been nicknamed General Armageddon. And no one brings in a guy named General Armageddon to do fewer war crimes. I mean, look at the man. He's somehow terrifying while also looking like an angry baby forced into a fun outfit. Now, the scale of the retaliation this week may seem extreme, but that bridge was a big deal to Putin. Russia began building it right after annexing Crimea in 2014, and Putin celebrated its opening by proudly driving across it himself. The Russian state even funded a rom-com set during the bridge's construction called the Crimea Bridge Made with Love. It's basically a bridge-based Love Actually, and just take a quick look at the trailer.
a fever. Ah.
Welcome to the Krimsky Bridge, the biggest bridge in Russia. Listen to me. This movie is all I can think about. Did I watch all 100 minutes of it this week on YouTube? Yes. Am I going to tell you all about it now? Yes, I am. Basically, a bunch of characters meet and fall in love somewhere near the construction site of the Crimean Bridge. This is Varga, a young archaeologist who's doing archaeology at the beach all the time. She's romantically pursued by Victor, the slick PR man, and Dima, the young, beefy construction worker. During the movie, Dina is A, accused of arson near the Crimean Bridge, B, saves a fellow construction worker who falls off the Crimean Bridge, and C, takes control of a crashing plane and lands it safely on, you guessed it, the Crimean Bridge. Meanwhile, a journalist named Tikhon arrives to write an article about the bridge's history. He falls in love with Alia, who's the classic rom-com archetype of beautiful, shy fishmonger. Alia, we learn, was actually orphaned when her dad dozed off behind the wheel after spending hours in traffic that wouldn't have existed if there had only been a, say it with me, Crimean Bridge. The movie ends with the new bridge completed, the characters pairing off, and everyone marching across it into illegally annexed territory. This movie is my whole brain now. I warn you, do not watch it or it will take over your life. The point is, Putin is clearly very angry his bridge got blown up, but his war effort is notably struggling. There have been reports of thousands of Russian men leaving the country to escape the draft, and stories like this one about a man sheltering in Georgia.
Alexei takes us to the shelter he now calls home after driving 7 days from Moscow. West to song with little more than his guitar. Ghostbusters. But anything's better that than a rifle, he says. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters!
Now, look, if you told me a Russian man travelled 7 straight days across the border with almost nothing but his guitar and now he's going to play you a little something, my guess as to what that something was would have been in order: sad Russian folk song his mother used to play at night, sad Russian folk song his mother used to play in the morning, and Wonderwall. But it would have taken me infinity guesses to get to acoustic Ghostbusters. The worry is that in Putin's desperation, he may resort to nuclear weapons. And while he's not assuaged by sights like this parade of pro-Kremlin supporters in Moscow featuring a nuclear missile mascot walking down the street. So it's frankly no wonder Ukraine is stepping up its calls for outside help. Zelensky addressed the G7 this week, and Ukraine's defense ministry's Twitter account posted this video thanking France for supplying it with artillery and asking for more. What a very weird time to be alive. That is an appeal for military aid sent to Serge Gainsbourg's Je T'aime and featuring the visuals of an e-card from Jib Jam. And the fact that that came from the Defense Ministry's official account means that someone in Ukraine got a military order of go be horny on Twitter, and they very much answered that call. Look, 8 months in, things in Ukraine are clearly still extremely serious. The only thing that we can say with relative certainty right now is that whatever Putin does next will be much like the Crimean Bridge made with love, in that it'll be ill-advised, messy, and something absolutely nobody but him wanted. And now, this.
And now, more electrifying small talk from San Antonio's Daytime with Kimberly and Esteban.
Daytime with Kimberly and Esteban starts now.
Welcome to Daytime, everyone. Happy Thursday. Friday Eve.
Yes, it is.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. It's Echo.
It is. Happy Tuesday.
Another day.
Where's my tacos? We are so happy you're choosing to start your week with us.
True story.
It's a wonderful Wednesday.
True story.
Maybe we still have 2.
True story.
Spring break's still going on.
True story.
Y'all, it's a good day.
True story.
You always put a flair on it. Yeah.
I do. Well, Texas is my home country.
True story.
Welcome to Daytime, everyone. Happy Friday. We are so happy you are hanging with us.
True story.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns LGBTQ rights, something that we've actually gotten better at discussing, given that this is how CBS News covered the existence of gay people in 1967.
The homosexuals, with CBS News correspondent Mike Wallace. There is a growing concern about homosexuals in society, about their increasing visibility. This man is 27, college educated. He was unable to hold a job because of his inability to contain his homosexual inclinations.
Homophobic language, the fact that this man's identity was concealed by placing him behind a plant, to the title The Homosexuals, which sounds less like a late news report and more like how your grandpa refers to the Fab Five. Specifically, we're going to talk about transgender rights. Now, we actually first talked about this 7 years ago, and the good news is that since then, more people do seem comfortable coming out as trans and gender non-conforming, which is great. But, as you'll undoubtedly notice, in the past few years, some on the right have truly lost their minds about trans rights, perhaps best encapsulated by their favourite new joke.
My name is J.R. Majewski, and my pronouns are patriot and ass kicker. My pronouns, conservative, patriot.
I'd like to declare something right now. My pronouns are USA. How about it, huh?
I'm Ted Cruz, and my pronoun is kiss my ass.
Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz!
I like that man, Ted Cruz. I do not like his shitty views. I do not like him saying ass. I do not like him serving sass. I do not like him in a seat. I do not like him holding meat. I do not like him when he's smooching. I do not like him with Mnuchin. I hate his stupid pronoun bits. That man, Ted Cruz, is full of shit. But look, it is clearly more than just bad jokes. This year alone, over 100 anti-trans bills have been introduced in state houses, and 12 states have signed or enacted them, with all of this happening against a backdrop of violence and threats, including attacks and harassment aimed at hospitals providing gender-affirming care to youth. And frustratingly, there are many on the left who seem at best reluctant to engage on this issue, and at worst, outright hostile to it, either complaining about pronoun police or arguing that this issue will cost Democrats elections.
If you go to the middle of the country, people would say, if your conversation during a presidential election is about some guy wearing a dress and whether he, she, or it can go to and go to the locker room with their daughter, that's not a winning formula for most people.
Wow. Michael Bloomberg can fuck all the way off with that shit, but also, while this fun-sized billionaire is clearly good at a lot of things, like making money and end of list, maybe don't take advice on a winning formula for elections from a man who spent over $1 billion of his own money to lose a presidential bid in just 14 weeks. But set aside the notion that it is worth sacrificing protections for a vulnerable group to chase a winning formula. Let's also remember that it's not actually the left talking about trans rights non-stop. It's Republicans who see an advantage in demagoguing this issue, and to ignore them doing that is to allow them to have real calamitous impact on people's lives. A few years ago, Vice profiled a girl named Kai Shapley, and just watch how happy she is talking about her hopes for a future until she remembers something that changes her mood.
Mom said I might grow up to be president.
Yeah? What would you change about the world if you were president?
That trans people be free and go to the bathroom and what to go to.
Are you able to use the girls' bathroom at school?
No. And now they just put security guards up for the bathroom security or whatever. Oh, shit.
That is brutal. It is so dark, it's genuinely hard to watch, which would also coincidentally be a pretty accurate tagline for House of the Dragon. But the point is, given what
I remember watching that from when it first came out.
About the latest round of attacks on trans rights, where it's coming from and what it's doing. Before we begin,
because how into that little kid was fucking acting born with the wrong gender, and then there's a bunch of people who are going through puberty who are like, I'm uncomfortable.
They seem to be based more on political
So they stop
than what is actually happening.
their puberty blockers while they fucking decide what gender they want to be.
Aimed at protecting youth sports. And South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem even made her state's bill a centerpiece of a campaign.
In South Dakota.
Oh, thanks. Like,
if you just rename it, I'll show you. Rain, Sky. We changed its state motto to Minnesota. You know, the state where that kid shit.
Listen, you're so right. We do need to cut your uterus out as soon as...
Too bad. It's like all of this with
That felt really good. And then I held the door for somebody, and they said, "Thank you, sir."
No, thank you. I would usually have a good even said thank you, because most of the time I don't even get to go say thank you. That's not why you hold the door.
Thank you so much.
Is out. Her theory re-extended Downing Street chaotic from the start. This meme taking over the internet, the challenge from tabloid here, which will last longer. This head of iceberg lettuce or Liz Truss. There was even a lettuce live stream, and last night it was projected on the walls of Parliament.
Wow.
Head of lettuce.
Pretty good, right? From the challenge itself to the phrase victorious head of lettuce to the googly eyes and the adorable blonde bob. Every step was well thought out and beautifully executed. Honestly, from one leaf vegetable lover to another, you have my respect. And incredibly, the run-up to all of that was even more chaotic. Very basically, Liz Truss's Chancellor was fired, becoming the second shortest-serving Chancellor in British history right after this guy, although at least he had the good excuse of he died. Her Secretary, Suella Braverman, was forced to resign after breaching security procedures by using her personal email to send the government documents. Then, her own party tore itself apart in a chaotic vote over fracking, prompting one party leader to give an incredible quote, perhaps best delivered by this German news outlet. If you don't speak German, don't worry. They switched to English for the important part.
Stellvertretende Fraktionschefs des Parlaments mit den Worten verließ ein fucking furious and outgoing fucking car.
Perfect. And so much better with a German accent, right? It makes everything sound 1,000 times meaner. If someone said to you, nice outfit, you'd be delighted.
I don't understand what the fuck is going on.
Kill yourself. At that point, all decorum was basically gone. But perhaps the nadir of all of this was after this contentious interview between a reporter at Downing Street and MP Steve Baker, one of the last Truss reporters. The reporter's mic was left on after the interview had ended, and you could hear him respond to Baker, claiming that he'd asked him a stupid question.
Thanks, Steve. It wasn't a stupid question, Steve. You know it. I'm very happy to go up against you on Trust any day. What a cunt.
What a cunt.
Now, I know that sounds bad to American ears, but you need to understand that if you were quintessentially British and politely thanking someone for a disagreement, then cheerily calling them a cunt. It wasn't in the US version, but it is actually how Paddington 2 ends. So, long story short, Truss is out, and this man, Rishi Sunak, is in, and he inherits an even bigger mess than the one that Truss did, because he's about to make
what a fucking piece of shit is going on?
Which will be especially difficult to take coming from him, because he's incredibly well.
Sunak ranks among the UK's richest and has been labelled out of touch with ordinary voters. This 2001 BBC documentary clip when he was still at university later went viral, and it didn't help.
My friends who are, working class, but not working class, but I mix and match, and then I go to see kids from an inner city state school and tell them, to apply to Oxford.
Oh, great strategy there, Rishi. My elite education has taught me that you're mere victims of a complex web of systemic inequity, but also, what if you just weren't? And it is not like Sunak's got much better at displaying a common touch since then. He once tried to promote a cut in fuel prices by being photographed filling up a car that it turned out was not his, which to be fair, I could have told you straight away, that car is a burgundy Kia Rio. The closest Rishi will get to a car like that is to tell it to consider becoming a Rolls Royce. And his tenure as Prime Minister is already off to a questionable start, given that one of his very first moves was to reappoint Suella Braverman as Home Secretary, despite the fact that, remember, she'd been forced out of that job in disgrace just 6 days previously. And she is a hard rider for her anti-immigration stances and statements like this on UK welfare recipients.
There is still a stubborn core of our population that sees welfare as the go-to option and is not motivated for financial or other reasons to get out there and work. And I think the stick, we've got lots of carrots. We've got lots of carrots to get people into work. But we want to actually add more conditionality to the way we administer welfare and a bit more stick to ensure that it actually pays people to get off welfare.
Wow, there is so much wrong with that. But Suella, if you want a portion of the population to believe that you respect them, maybe don't refer to them as horses. And that is coming from me, someone who arguably respects horses a little too much. I just want to make you feel good. But Ultimately, Sunak's incredibly lucky that he's following Liz Truss because the bar is so low right now. All he really has to do is not personally throw the economy into a tailspin and deliver a speech without leaving a weird pause for clapter after saying pork markets. But he's not even off to a good start there because this was how he ended his first public address.
I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people.
What are you doing? He looks like he was reading a teleprompter that malfunctioned while replacing his speech with the command, have a panic attack now. Despite Sunak's many shortcomings, he'll probably last longer than Liz Truss, but maybe not much longer. Because the British people are justifiably, to quote my new favourite broadcaster, fucking furious, and they don't fucking care anymore. And now, this.
And now, unnecessary full disclosure.
Full disclosure, I'm not a finance guy. Haven't studied it, don't much understand.
And full disclosure, I was a very amateur national anthem singer.
Full disclosure, I used to be a waiter at the Olive Garden back in the day.
Full disclosure, I have never been to a drive-in.
Full disclosure, I always wanted a Boston Whaler. Full disclosure, I had a Q-tip in my ear last night.
Full disclosure, I have had enough shrimping grits to last me for the next 4 years.
Full disclosure, the oysters, we're not from the East River.
Full disclosure, I crushed a kind bar about 10 minutes ago.
Full disclosure, cookie guy. Full disclosure, go-gators.
Full disclosure, it's not the best porn-related job I've ever had.
Full disclosure.
What the
There's
fuck,
an action
dude?
figure of me in my office made out of fondant.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns crime. Batman's adversary and also his king. Come on. You think someone dresses in a rubber suit just to avenge their parents? He's a furry with a gadget better grow up. Now, with the midterm elections fast approaching, tough-on-crime rhetoric has been a key feature of Republican attack ads, often highlighting one policy in particular, bail.
Do you feel safe? Mandela Barnes would eliminate cash bail, setting accused criminals free into the community before trial.
Lansman wants to end cash bail, putting dangerous criminals back on the street.
Beasley supports ending cash bail, letting criminals out of jail.
Using cashless bail and his own lawless policies, Bragg has put violent criminals back on our streets and has turned neighborhoods into danger zones.
Okay, of course, everything seems scary.
I'm
and if you end it with a shot to the
getting so annoyed.
Scary shot.
Oh, wait, you're talking to me?
As for why these attack ads are a crucial junction for the movement to reduce the use of cash bail. Because since 2011, at least 19 states and dozens of local jurisdictions have adopted bail reform policies. But many places have recently begun rolling back those reforms because amid the recent spike in certain categories of crime, critics are pointing at bail reform as the major cause of it.
Liberal lawmakers ended the bail for most offenses. They created a revolving door of criminality. It's almost impossible to get arrested and then put in jail unless you kill somebody.
It is baffling to me that we have
Dude.
politicians that aren't supporting policies that are going to make things better. In fact, they're doing the opposite. We've got
Oh my god.
There's a correlation between the bail reform and what's happening in our street.
It seems so clear that it is, and to destroy the country's finest police department is a crime, I think.
Wow. I'm honestly surprised anything seems clear to a man with resting concussion face. He honestly looks like he's studying a full-body mirror, desperately trying to find his penis. And it's now to the point where any crime mentioned on Fox News gets linked to bail reform, whether it is relevant or not. Even after Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked with a hammer on Friday morning by someone who
This
was
is so
knocked
fucking
out on
stupid.
bail, they had a Republican congressman to say this.
When you let dangerous criminals out on the streets, with bail and not put them in prison, you're just asking for this sort of incident to happen.
Now, he's wrong about a few things there. Again, the suspect was not out on bail. Also, no one gets bailed out of prison. That is where convicted people go. And finally, choosing a narrow time when your head is that big makes it look like a birthday balloon sailing over the Capitol.
Really?
That is three big mistakes from that very grumpy balloon. But given that, you're hearing that misleading attacks like that absolutely everywhere right now.
Wow.
There's a real chance of all the progress we've made being undone. So tonight, let's look at bail reform. This is actually our second story. We first covered it back in 2015, but maybe you didn't see that particular episode because you were too busy watching the 69th annual Tony Awards airing the same night where, and this is true, Kristen Chenoweth and Alan Cumming opened the show by highlighting one particular celebrity in the audience.
And the producer of Finding Neverland, Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah. My point is, it's been a minute since then. So, if you missed our first story, here's a brief recap. If you are arrested, in order to be released or waiting trial, you're often required to leave a certain amount of money or bail with the court as collateral, with the idea that it will help ensure that you return. And there are plenty of issues with this system.
Billy.
The bail hearings can be arbitrary at best, because one might assume that a judge would carefully weigh someone's charges and circumstances to decide whether there is any reason that they should not be released. The reality can look very different. Take this hearing in Dallas. We're going to bleep the person's last name here, but I'm going to show you her hearing in its entirety.
Penny, in your honor, state your felony, theft, previous conviction, $5,000.
That's it. That was the whole thing. I don't know if
I've been outright told that certain kinds of guests couldn't come on. For example, I was told that Norm Finkelstein, you brought him up earlier, the foremost scholar on Gaza in the entire country, if not the world, was banned because they said he was a, quote, Holocaust denier. This is someone whose parents survived the Holocaust themselves. So this is the kind of pressure that we've been under. And as much as you see me, arguing with Robbie on air, that is our job. In many ways, it has been more tense behind the scenes because of the editorial control that they have been trying to wrest over me personally. I think Robbie, frankly, he'll speak for himself at some point, I'm sure, but has been under a lot of pressure to push back against me in ways that maybe are even artificial to his own belief structure, because the show desired, people at the company desired there to be balance, even if this is not necessarily an issue where there are both sides. And I think that's ultimately what led to the interview, which is being held up as the pretext for my firing. I've been outright told that certain kinds of guests couldn't come on. For example, I was told that Norm Finkelstein, you brought him up earlier, the foremost scholar on Gaza in the entire country, if not the world, was banned because they said he was a, quote, Holocaust denier. This is someone whose parents survived the Holocaust themselves. So this is the kind of pressure that we've been under. And as much as you see arguing with Robbie on air, that is our job. In many ways, it has been more tense behind the scenes.
Oh, right. I forgot that's why she got fired.
First one for both of us, in our opinion, what is the best American film ever made? Do you have a good answer for that?
And my favorite film is Steven Spielberg's The Color Purple, October 1985. I feel really great that I only had to exist on this planet for a little over a month before that film was born.
I've never seen it.
Oh, really?
No, I've never seen it.
It's excellent. I mean, every time I watch it, it's the soundtrack is by Quincy Jones. The acting is phenomenal. The set design is phenomenal. I just think it's a beautiful story. It's one of the few movies that I think is better than the book.
All right, I think I have three answers to this. My favorite film of all time is probably The Prestige by Christopher Nolan.
Okay.
I finally read All the Pretty Horses, which is Usher. I did not see The Fall of the House of Usher.
I know that.
Well,
we are very happy to be joined today by Brianna Joy Gray, formerly of The Hill and currently, most importantly, host of the Bad Faith podcast, which everyone should subscribe to. Bri, it's always great to see you. Always a pleasure, Crystal and Sagar.
Good to see you.
So I know you've told the story a number of times at this point, but I would really like you to go back a little bit. We played on our show the alleged eye rolling incident, along with additional parts of that interview, so people could get more of a fulsome sense of it and what you were dealing with there, which I thought was an impossible situation. But I'd love it if you could go back a little bit, because I think our audience is very interested in how these forces of censorship operate over time and the type of pressure that you've been under at the Hill, escalating post October 7th, but even before that, perhaps. Yeah, that's a really good question, and I'm glad you're focused there, because I do think that in the immediate aftermath of the firing and the kind of rationale that were presented for why it happened, the larger story of the fact that this has been going on for months and months, lighter versions of censorship is kind of a threat of the actual termination has been happening. So you're right. Before October 7th, there were tensions, but most certainly after October 7th, we all know that Katie Halper was let go from the Hill over a year before October 7th for doing a radar in which she described Israel as an apartheid state and cited innumerable sources for that claim, including B'Tselem and other sources within Israel. And despite the fact that she's a Jewish woman citing Israeli sources for what is broadly considered to be a widely understood and accepted description in the international community, she was told that for non-ideological reasons, right? They claimed it was for non-ideological reasons, that there was something about the form, the style of her radar that wasn't up to the Hill's standards, and that meant that she could never appear on the Hill again, not just as a guest host, but in any capacity. So obviously that makes no sense at all. And for me, the writing was on the wall. And when Katie and I talked about what I should do afterward and how I should conduct myself on the Hill afterward, it was very clear that the only justification for me staying there was to be a sort of a test case and to continue to press those buttons, and particularly the one about critical coverage of Israel, until what we ultimately knew was going to happen actually did manifest, which is that censorship would come into effect. And after October 7th, I mean, I've mentioned this in other places, but I think it's really important to note, there were very clear instances of ideological censorship, for example, saying that Norm Finkelstein could not come on the show. And there were softer versions of censorship where frequently the language Israel block would be used to describe our Israel coverage for the day. The idea that all of the news that pertained to what was going on in Israel and Gaza could be confined to one segment out of 8 to 10 that were filmed in a day. And when I push back on that, saying we never describe it as like a Tucker Carlson blog or a COVID blog or a Joe Rogan blog or an economy blog or Joe Biden blog, any other of the topics that we cover, if there's an appetite for it, we understand what the audience likes and we understand the news value and we'll weigh those things and decide how to proceed accordingly. They said, oh, no, we're not really talking about an Israel blog, I swear. But again and again, that phraseology would come up and speaking of eye rolls, everybody in the room would roll their eyes whenever I proposed topics that were related to Gaza.
See, this is very interesting. And just so for clarity purposes, their Hill has transferred ownership after Crystal and I left there. So some of this sounds familiar. Some of this is a little bit more explicit. So you're telling us, even though your name is behind you, it's like Rising with Brianna and Robbie, that they are explicitly programming and telling you who you can have on the show, who you can't have on the show, and explicitly defining blocks. Like, for example, people who are watching our show, those what we would refer to as blocks behind us, the only people who decide are Crystal, me, and the editorial team. But for you were actually being told and pigeonholed where things were. That's what was happening behind the scenes.
Part of the issue was that the editorial team had changed. So let's say 6 months ago, the end of last year, beginning of this year, we had a different producer who was lovely and supportive and really knew how to run a good show. And these problems existed more in terms of, Robbie and I would disagree on screen, but to the extent that whatever pressures from, higher up were filtering down, she did a really good job of sort of being the bulwark against that sort of editorial pressure. Eventually, though, that pressure became so great and the pressure on many staffers became so great that between January and the time that I left, everybody was basically either pushed out or fired. So there were legacy guys that worked in the control room, did sound and tech that you two both know.
Oh, yeah.
That were there in January and were not there by the time that I left. We took a photograph in January when I think an intern was leaving. And Robbie and I remarked months later that 0 people in that photograph were still employed at the Hill, except for the 2 of us. So there was a big staff change that I think also made it so that the pressures were more acute, precisely because the new producer was hired. What they said was it was described as to have more editorial control over the show. I might not be phrasing that exactly, but more editorial input and to bring Rising in line with the Hill kind of writing side, more generally speaking. Which, as you might remember, I mean, there's always been this tension between the Hill as a new written news source and the tone of it and the very kind of opinion-driven show of Rising. And it always has felt like there was almost an embarrassment by the Hill to have this show that was successful, but very tonally different than the kind of news they put out over at the Hill. And it seemed like the more they ratcheted up their attempts to bring Rising into conformity at the same time that I think my coverage of Gaza and Israel became particularly a thorn in their side.
Well, some of those pieces, even though there's new management now, was very familiar to us. And, obviously we launched the show, Rising Soccer, and I am part of what was important to us in our worldview is we did position it as a place where you could have dissenting voices and opinions that weren't heard other places. And the Hill has sought both to profit off of that brand as a free speech platform, but also to corral you in particular, but obviously Katie Halper, I'm sure others as well, into actually, a comfortable lane for them. And, I think that's worth spelling out. I'd love to hear you talk a little bit more about how that operated and if there were other topics where you felt similar pressure, other guests that were similarly banned. But the other thing that I think is worth noting for people here is that, if you look at the Hill's channel, your segments on Israel were frequently some of the highest performers. So there was there were forces operating here. There was an upset here that went beyond, the quote unquote ratings, which from that perspective, your coverage was very successful. It was one of the things that people were most interested in hearing from Rising at this point in the show's history. So I'd love your sense of, okay, so where does that pressure come from? Did you face similar pressure on other issues, or was it really sort of unique to this one nation state and one conflict?
Yeah, I think that's such an important point because look, you are obviously you are the blueprint, right, for what we were doing. You know that it's a right-left show. There are obviously topics that you're more excited about, Crystal, from a left perspective, and Sagar more that you're excited about from a right-leaning perspective. And the same is true for us. And there are topics that, I'm not wild about talking about because frankly, as a leftist, I feel like there are distractions from the material issues that are more core to my political project. But I understand that it's a show and the audience has its own tastes. And I understand, even though I don't think it's maybe the most important thing in the world, if Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson are in a room together somewhere in Davos, then those are all the keywords that are going to light up the scoreboard and then we're going to cover it. It's not that big a deal and you just go along with it and you get a little of your stuff, I get a little of my stuff. That's the compromise, particularly because I know that some of that stuff really, really does well. I'm not going to sit here and ignore the reality that they're running a business and I am benefiting from the ability to be on this platform and to say what I want to say when I want to say it. But then there's the give and take. What was so frustrating for me in particular was that the things that are of interest to me were frequently not the big ticket winners, right? Me covering some Starbucks labor dispute isn't necessarily going to get us, 200,000 views. But when it came to Israel-Palestine, for once, my kind of ideological interest happened to align where the audience's ideological interests were. And suddenly all the arguments that I had been confronted with about why we need to cover X, Y, and Z issue because it's good for business went out the window and they seem to be working at cross purposes with their own economic agenda. And this went even further because there are, some other shows at the Hill that are less successful. This is no slight to anybody who's working there. I encourage those shows to keep working at it and trying to be successful, that's fine. But we were constantly being told that there were limited resources to hire staff that had been let go or who had left because how hard it was to work there with very little staff support, right? It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. People leave, you don't hire new staff, it becomes even more difficult for the old staff, the remaining staff, to keep up with content. They had higher expectations on them without higher pay, and so then they leave, and it was a cycle that was building over time. We were told we couldn't hire new staff at the same time that we saw other shows that weren't as successful just objectively and weren't bringing in the money being staffed up and resources being devoted to them in a way that didn't seem like it made very much sense. And what it always felt like to us was that because of the embarrassment around Rising, they were hoping that one of the more kind of typical state news shows would become more successful, and ultimately they would be justified in cutting ties with Rising. And I do wonder sometimes if they really even care about the success of the show, if they're secretly hoping that doing things like firing Katie, firing me, firing Kim will kill the show, because then they have a justification for not just trashing what is so obviously a valuable property. And one other point to the editorial control aspect of it, I was told when I joined the show that no matter what, the radars were sacrosanct, right? The video essays were sacrosanct. And in fact, about a year ago, I had agreed to go from 3 days a week to 4 if I didn't have to do radars, because they're very time consuming. I said, fine, that's a fine trade-off. Yeah, that's a fine trade-off. But as they started trying to censor the Israel coverage, I went back to doing a lot of radars because I felt like that was the only way I could get more about what was going on in Gaza into the lineup every day, right? I didn't want to, but I felt frankly compelled to. At that point, I started getting pushback from the new producer as to what was even going into my radars. And that really became a tipping point in the source of a lot of behind the scenes arguing, where it seemed like every single thing that happened on the show, off scene, not even to mention what was happening on screen with Robbie, was so contentious and so stressful that it made it very, very, very difficult to put on a show.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I've heard very similar things, Brianna. It's not just about you. There's a lot of stuff I've been hearing from behind the scenes, like you just said, about censorship, about meddling, about some of the control. And I think, look, this could be tedious. It almost is inside baseball. But I think that people want to hear this because this is what's actually happening. This is why Crystal and I left, just by the way. But it's also, this is how every network news show operates. This is just more in the open because, Brianna, you are somebody who also has an alternative path. You can speak out about this without suffering genuine repercussions. So what does it feel like now, to be on the other side? Do you feel more liberated? Are you happier? And how are you thinking about the future?
I mean, I will say I am very lucky in the grand scheme of things, but it's also true that I got hit with hundreds of spam emails addressed to Patreon. They were sent to my bad faith account, I think unwittingly, but addressed to Patreon with this form letter begging Patreon to kick me off of the platform, right? And we have seen that kind of censorship from some of these kind of host platforms in the past, depending on what the ideological valence of the complaint is. So it is concerning that unless you're fully independent with your own infrastructure the way that you guys have, that there are still ways for people to attempt to try to de-platform you. I don't know if that's the right word in this context, but you're not entirely safe. I'd also say that I sat down with Don Lemon at some point last week, and he revealed in the course of that interview that he's had other people from, I guess CNN, the mainstream milieu where he operated for so many years, reach out and tell him that they've never felt more constrained, they never felt more afraid about talking about an issue than they have about Israel-Palestine post-October 7th, and that they find themselves going over their segments afterward, wondering if they said the wrong thing and going through it with a fine-tooth comb, because they're feeling at these legacy news outlets an incredible amount of pressure not to say something that's too critical of Israel. So to your point, Sagar, absolutely, this is par for the course for your average news outlet, and it's why I think genuinely independent outlets like yours are so important. But yes, I am very grateful to continue to be able to do what I've been doing for years long before Rising, which is my own podcast, my own show, Bad Faith. And I'm frankly looking forward to having a little bit more space to focus on the podcast and to also focus on writing and some other more creative things that have sat by the wayside because Rising was just so time consuming.
Good.
I have zero doubt you're going to continue to be phenomenally successful. I know you're probably going to be way happier too if our experience is any guide. So you may look back at this and say, you know what, in the end, this was the best thing that ever happened to me. But, you know, we follow and you follow all of these stories of censorship across the country. I mean, it does really seem like this is the number one issue on which cancel culture, censorship, deplatforming is the greatest threat, not to mention all of these bills and resolutions that are passing through Congress to effectively codify and embrace that censorship on both sides of the aisle. I'm sure you also saw this Israeli Holocaust scholar who is now, Raz Siegel, who's now being denied his position because he was critical and is calling Israel's assault on Gaza a genocide, which, by the way, the ICJ is investigating. Numerous other scholars have called it that as well. It is, in fact, the majority position of Biden voters that what Israel is doing in Gaza constitutes a genocide.
And this is like
so
a year
in some
ago.
ways, even though you're going to be fine because you have a platform, you're phenomenally talented, we're going to make sure, you know, to support you in all the ways we can as well. There are going to be a lot of other people out there who are perhaps more junior in their career, perhaps don't have that established platform, you know, and self-censor because they see what happened to you. They see what happens to these professors, Mehdi Hassan, other media personalities, Katie Halper, who have paid a cost for being outspoken on this specific issue.
Yes, in Mark Lamont Hill years ago. I mean, what's so ironic is this has been going on for a really long time. All we're seeing is a kind of exponential exponential growth in the number of examples that have come out since October 7th. And I think in some ways, the crackdown is opening up the eyes of a lot of people who really didn't realize how much of a red line this issue is. Biden doesn't have a red line, but talking about this in American politics is absolutely a red line. And I think it's frankly having a radicalizing effect that is going in the opposite direction of the Hasbara, which is to say, I mean, as much as Robbie and I debated this, I mean, what is Robbie to take away from the idea that this is the issue that ultimately got me forced off the show? Does that change your perspective as someone who has defended Israel about the incongruity of Israel's position that it's a democracy and that it respects free speech and is the only democracy in the Middle East, to see the allied kind of social media forces, the reporting about the Israeli government branch that has officially launched this propaganda campaign to influence U.S. lawmakers and to create a culture online that being critical of Israel is bad for business. I mean, how can that not influence you to be increasingly critical of Israel going forward and increasingly skeptical of why it is that all of that is necessary to continue to have the dominance and influence that they've had in American politics for generations?
Well, Bree, tell people where they can follow you and how they can support you, and any ideas. You're going to continue, obviously, working on the podcast and building that out. Any other projects that you've got in the works you want to keep people?
I don't want to commit to anything just yet.
That's fair.
Because I don't want to, my mouth to precede my actual ability to double dab and make the content that I have planned. But you can follow everything that I'll be doing. I'll be announcing new stuff on my podcast. You can watch free episodes on YouTube at Bad Faith YouTube, and you can subscribe at patreon.com/Bad Faith Podcast to get an additional episode. I drop on Mondays. Today is an episode with Jeffrey Sachs, which is very good and I highly recommend. And free clips of the premium Patreon episodes are also put on Bad Faith YouTube. So be sure to go there and subscribe and follow the channel so you can get those as well.
All right, there you go, guys.
In the description. So there you go.
All right, guys. Brianna, it's so great to see you. And as I said, I know you're going to do well. And I'm excited for this next chapter for you.
Thank you both. I really appreciate it. Always a pleasure.
Our pleasure.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
No, not PBS. Fuck no. Blah, blah, blah. She literally just said it, and I don't remember. Proof. Okay. So let's just try. There we go. Bad faith.
I think you would be better off with.
Wheels. Cool. What happened?
Exactly how long it should take to put a price on someone's freedom, but it probably shouldn't fit neatly into an instant.
Career when he was still at university, later went on.
Letters to an incredible reporter at Downing Street, and pretty good, right? In the UK, where there has been a major change in leadership.
After just 45 days on the job, Liz Truss is out.
To one lover to another, you have my respect. And incredibly, the run up to all of that was even more chaotic. Very basically, Liz Truss's Chancellor was fired, becoming the second shortest serving Chancellor in British history right after this guy, although at least he had the good excuse of he died. Her Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, was forced to resign after breaching security procedures by using her personal email to send the government documents. Then, her own party tore itself apart in a chaotic vote over fracking, prompting one party leader to give an incredible quote, perhaps best delivered by this German news outlet. If you don't speak German, don't worry. They switched to English for the important part.
Stellvertretende Fraktionschefs des Parlaments mit den Worten verließ I'm fucking furious and I don't fucking care anymore.
Perfect. And so much better with a German accent, right? It makes everything sound 1,000 times meaner. If someone said to you, nice outfit, you'd be delighted. But if they said, nice outfit, you would kill yourself. At that point, all decorum was basically gone. But perhaps the endearable of this was after this contentious interview between a reporter at Downing Street and MP Steve Baker, one of the last Truss supporters. The reporter's mic was left on after the interview had ended, and you could hear him respond to Baker, claiming that he'd asked him a stupid question.
Thanks, Steve. It wasn't a stupid question, Steve. You know it. I'm very happy to go up against you on Truss any day. All the count.
Now, I know that sounds bad to American ears, but you need to understand there's nothing more quintessentially British than politely thanking someone for a disagreement, then cheerily calling them a cunt. It wasn't in the US version, but it is actually how Paddington 2 ends. So, long story short, Truss is out, and this man, Rishi Sunak, is in.
Oh, yeah.
He inherits an even bigger mess than the one that Truss did, because he's about to make severe cuts to public spending, which will be especially difficult to take coming from him, because he's incredibly wealthy.
Sunak ranks among the
He
UK's
resigned?
richest and has been labelled out with ordinary voters. This 2001 BBC documentary clip when he was still at university later went viral, and it didn't help.
working class, but not working class, but I mix and match, and then I go to see kids from an inner city state school and tell them, to apply to Oxford.
Oh, great strategy there, Rishi. My elite education has taught me that we're victims of a complex web of systemic inequity, but also, what if you just want? And it is not like Sunak's got much better at displaying a common touch since then. He once tried to promote a cut in fuel prices by being photographed filling up a car that it turned out was not his, which to be fair, I could have told you straight away, that car is a burgundy Kia Rio. The closest Rishi will get to a car like that is to tell it to consider becoming a Rolls Royce. His tenure as Prime Minister is already off to a questionable start, given that one of his very first moves was to reappoint Suella Braverman as Home Secretary, despite the fact that, remember, she'd been forced out of that job in disgrace just 6 days previously. And she is a hardliner, known both for her anti-immigration stances and statements like this on UK welfare recipients.
There is still a stubborn core of our population that sees welfare as the go-to option and is not motivated for financial or other reasons to get out there and work. And I think the stick, we've got lots of carrots. We've got lots of carrots to get people into work, but we've got to actually add more conditionality to the way we administer welfare and a bit more stick to ensure that it actually pays to get on welfare.
Wow, there is so much wrong with that. But Suella, if you want a portion of the population to believe that you respect them, maybe don't refer to them as horses. And that is coming from me, someone who arguably respects horses a little too much. I just want to make you feel good. But ultimately, Sunak's incredibly lucky that he's following Liz Truss because the bar is so low right now. All he really has to do is not personally throw the economy into a tailspin and deliver a speech without leaving a weird pause for clapter after saying pork markets. But he's not even off to a good start there because this was how he ended his first public address.
I will work day in, day out to deliver for the British people.
What are you doing? It looks like he was reading a teleprompter that malfunctioned while replacing his speech with the command, have a panic attack now. Despite Sunak with many shortcomings, he'll probably last longer than Liz Truss, but maybe not much longer. Because the British people are justifiably, to quote my new favourite broadcaster, fucking furious, and they don't fucking care anymore. And now, this.
And now, unnecessary full disclosure.
Full disclosure, I'm not a finance guy. Haven't studied it, don't much understand it.
In full disclosure, I was a very amateur national anthem singer.
Full disclosure, I used to be a waiter at the Olive Garden back in the day.
Full disclosure, I have never been to a drive-in.
Full disclosure, I always wanted a Boston Whaler. Full disclosure, I had ketchup in my ear last night.
Full disclosure, I have had enough shrimp and grits to last me for the next 4 years.
Full disclosure, the oysters we're not the East River. Full disclosure, I crushed a kind bar about 10 minutes ago. Full disclosure, I'm a cookie guy. Full disclosure, go Gators. Full disclosure, it's not the best porn-related job I've ever had. Full disclosure, there's an action figure of me in my office made out of fondant. Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns crime. Batman's adversary and also his king. You think someone dresses in a rubber suit just to avenge their parents? He's a furry with a gadget belt, bro. Now, with the midterm elections fast approaching, tough-on-crime rhetoric has been a key feature of Republican attack acts, often highlighting one policy in particular, bail reform.
Do you feel safe? Mandela Barnes would eliminate cash bail, setting accused criminals free into the community before trial.
Lansman wants to end cash bail, putting dangerous criminals back on the street.
Beasley supports ending cash bail, letting criminals out of jail.
Using cashless bail and his own lawless policies, Bragg has put violent criminals back on our streets and has turned neighborhoods into danger zones.
Okay, of course, everything seems scarier if you end it with a shot of a body bag. For instance, Dogwood Stuffings, not a scary show, but if they did an episode setting them at Stuffings Morgue, your kid's going to have nightmares for a while. These attack acts come at a crucial juncture for the movement to reduce the use of cash bail, because since 2011, at least 19 states and dozens of local jurisdictions have adopted bail reform policies. But many places have recently begun rolling back those reforms because amid the recent spike in certain categories of crime, critics are pointing at bail reform as the major cause of it.
Liberal lawmakers ended the bail for most offenses. They created a revolving door of criminality. It's almost impossible to get arrested and then put in jail unless you kill somebody.
It is baffling to me that we have politicians that aren't supporting policies that are going to make things better. In fact, they're doing the opposite. We've got still supporting bail reform and defunding the police.
There's a correlation between the bail reform and what's happening in our city.
It seems so clear that it is, and to destroy the country's finest police department is a crime, I think, on its own. Wow. I'm honestly surprised anything seems clear to a man with resting concussion face. He honestly looks like he's studying a full-body mirror, desperately trying to find his penis. And it's now to the point where any crime mentioned on Fox News gets linked to bail reform, whether it is relevant or not. Even after Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked with a hammer on Friday morning by someone who was not out on bail. They had a Republican congressman on to say this.
When you let dangerous criminals out on the streets, with bail and not put them in prison, you're just asking for this sort of incident to happen.
Now, he's wrong about a few things there. Again, the suspect was not out on bail. Also, no one gets bailed out of prison. That is where convicted people go. And finally, choosing a narrow time knot when your head is that big makes it look like a birthday balloon sailing over the Capitol dome. That is 3 big mistakes from that very grumpy balloon. But given that, you are hearing that misleading attacks like that absolutely everywhere right now, there is a real chance of all the progress we've made being undone. So tonight, let's look at bail reform. And this is actually our second story. We first covered it back in 2015, but maybe you didn't see that particular episode because you were too busy watching the 69th annual Tony Awards airing the same night, where, and this is true, Kristen Chenoweth and Alan Cumming opened the show by highlighting one particular celebrity in the audience.
And the producer of Finding Neverland, Harvey Weinstein. Yeah. My point is, it's been a minute since then. So, if you missed our first story, here is a brief recap. If you are arrested, in order to be released awaiting trial, you're often required to leave a certain amount of money or bail with the court as collateral, with the idea that it will help ensure that you return. And there are plenty of issues with this system, starting with the fact that bail hearings can be arbitrary at best. Because one might assume that a judge would carefully weigh someone's charges and circumstances to decide whether there is any reason that they should not be released. The reality can look very different. Take this hearing in Dallas. We're going to bleep the person's last name here, but I'm going to show you her hearing in its entirety.
You're here on stage of felony theft and previous convictions on $5,000.
That's it. That was the whole thing. And I don't know exactly how long it should take to put a price on someone's freedom, but it probably shouldn't fit neatly into an Instagram story. And the thing is, that's not an average. Oh, it is common for bail hearings to last only a few minutes, with no defense counsel present. And they can be conducted with incredible pettiness. Just watch this hearing from 2016 in Harris County, Texas, where a woman will be charged with a misdemeanor of possessing less than 2 ounces of marijuana.
There's probable cause, bottoms of $1,000. Are you requesting a court-appointed lawyer?
I guess so.
Give me a yes or no.
Yeah.
Give me a yes or no.
Yeah.
I ask a question that calls for a yes or a no. Don't expect anything but a yes or a no. Not a maybe so, or a yeah, or
yeah.
Or something. I heard what you said. Your bond just went up to $2,000.
Okay, first, fuck all the way off. Second, yeah means yes. As long as he gave you a thumbs up and winked, you knew what she meant. You just wanted to be a dick. And if you cannot afford a bail that a sassy judge felt like dishing out to you, you might be forced to turn to a bail bond. The way their business model is that they will post your bail for you in exchange for a fee that's normally around 10% of it. Money, by the way, you don't get back, no matter what the outcome of your case. It is a lucrative business that's raising about $2 billion per year, almost none of which goes into their spending on ads like these.
They say I broke the law, police are on my tail. Looks like I'm going to the county jail.
Gotta go there.
Back in the day, but who I called, and it's good to see you looking for the top of the fire. And what did all after? Calling the phone, and of course, you know, free you up.
You know, it's not the direction that I would have taken for the Barbie movie, but I trust Greta Gerwig's vision on this. Although, credit to all three songwriters there. You can find all those tracks on, now that's what I call songs written by the nephew of the guy who owns a bail bond agency, Volume 25. But if you can't afford to pay a bail bondsman to get you out, you are stuck. And many, many people are in that situation, which has led to a truly staggering statistic.
This graph shows local jail inmates in the United States. In the past 20 years, that population has shot way up. And there's something surprising about that rise. You can see it only if you look at inmates with convictions. Around 1999, that population leveled off, meaning most of the rise came from this group, non-convicted prisoners. Every day in the U.S., nearly 500,000 people sitting in local jails haven't been convicted of anything.
It's true. In fact, right now, roughly 2/3 of our jail population on any given day are people who haven't been convicted of a crime. And most of them are there because they simply couldn't afford to bail themselves out, which is terrible. We shouldn't hold people captive in shitty conditions simply because they can't buy their way out. That is what Spirit Airlines is for. What all this means is that a simple arrest, even for a crime that you did not commit, can destroy your life, because even a short amount of time in jail can completely turn it upside down. And it's often not a short amount of time. Take Marvin Mayfield. He was arrested for a burglary that he insists he didn't commit, and he got stuck in Rikers for nearly a year.
Before you went in, you had started a job, you had secured a place, had a car.
Right.
What happened to all of it?
All of those things, my job, my car, and my place, were all gone after 11 months. I couldn't hold on to it.
It's true. He was in there for 11 months. And obviously, no job is cool with you just not showing up for 11 months, unless, of course, you're this lazy bitch. And all of this is before you get to the fact that holding someone for trial will give a prosecutor a huge amount of leverage in obtaining a guilty plea. Again, Marvin Mayfield maintains he was innocent.
I've been fighting for 20 fucking years! 20 fucking years I've been going back then, like maybe this time, the amplifier one. It's because you have to have like bleach blonde white hair. Like, good thing I didn't try the blue one, because I would be sea monster green.
Everything? Well, to plead guilty to something I didn't do just to stop that suffering.
And I get that.
Do you?
You're too busy watching these 69 and critics are pointing out that
Standing cash pay.
Garden back in the day.
Full disclosure, I have never been to a drive-in.
Full disclosure, I always wanted a Boston Whaler. Full disclosure, I had a Q-tip in my ear last night.
Full disclosure, I haven't had enough shrimp and grits to last me for the next 4 years.
Full disclosure, the oysters, we went out from the East River.
Full disclosure, I crushed a kind bar about 10 minutes ago.
Full disclosure, I'm a cookie guy.
Full disclosure, go Gators.
Full disclosure, it's not the best porn-related job.
What's going
on?
Full disclosure, there's an action figure of me in my office made out of fondant.
moving on. Our main story tonight concerns crime. Batman's adversary and also his king. You think someone dresses in a rubber suit just to avenge their parents? He's a furry with a gadget belt. Now, with the midterm elections fast approaching, tough on crime rhetoric has been a key feature of Republican attack ads, often highlighting one policy in particular, bail.
A room of safe? Mandela bars would eliminate cash bail, setting accused criminals free into the community.
Easy supports ending cash bail, letting criminals out of jail.
I just have love for one time, like ever.
RAG has put violent criminals back on our streets and has turned neighborhoods into danger zones.
Okay.
Wow.
Everything seems scarier if you end it with a shot of a body bag. For instance, Shot McStuffins, not a scary show, but if they didn't episode Shot McStuffins more, the kids will have nightmares for a while. These attack ads come at a crucial juncture for the movement to reduce the use of cash bail, because since 2011, and there's 19 states and dozens of local jurisdictions, have adopted bail reform policies. But many places have recently begun rolling back those systems because amid the recent spike in
Okay, relax. You're all fucking too excited. Your nose. Come over and lay down the law.
It's almost impossible to get arrested and then put in jail unless you kill somebody.
What?
To me, that we have politicians that aren't supporting policies that are going to make
Ow.
In fact, they're doing the opposite. We've got no support.
Okay, alright, enough. Too much.
And what's happening in our city. It seems so
Why does this
clear.
happen when I want? What? Oh, I thought he was just here.
I'm honestly surprised anything seems clear to a man with resting concussion face.
A little
He's
bit.
studying a full-body mirror, desperately trying to find his penis. And it's now to the point where any crime mentioned on Fox News gets linked to bail reform, whether it is relevant or not. Even after Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked with a hammer on Friday morning by someone who was not out on
His
bail,
gay
they
lover.
had a Republican congressman on to say this.
Ow.
We let dangerous criminals out on the streets, with bail and not put them in prison. You're just asking for this sort of incident to happen.
Now, he's wrong about a few things there. Again, the suspect was not out on bail. Also, no one gets bailed out of prison. That is where convicted people go. And finally, choosing a narrow time loss when your head is that big makes it look like a birthday balloon sailing over the Capitol dome. That is 3 big mistakes from that very grumpy balloon. But given that, you're hearing that misleading attacks like that absolutely everywhere right now, there is a real chance of all the progress we've made being undone. So tonight, let's look at bail reform. This is actually our second scoop in it. We first covered it back in 2015, but maybe you didn't see that particular episode because you were too busy watching the 69th annual Tony Awards airing the same night, where, and this is true, Kristen Chenoweth and Alan Cumming opened the show by highlighting one particular celebrity in the audience.
And the producer of Finding Neverland, Harvey Weinstein.
No.
Yeah. My point is, it's been a minute since then. So, if you missed our first story, here's a brief recap. If you are arrested, in order to be released awaiting trial, you're often required to leave a certain amount of money or bail with the court as collateral. The idea that it will help ensure that you return.
That's
And
a
there are
fucking
plenty
awesome
of
gun
issues
going.
with this system, starting with the fact that bail hearings can be arbitrary at best. There's one you might assume that the judgment carefully weighs someone's charges and circumstances to decide whether there is any reason that they should not be released. The reality can look very different. Take this hearing in Dallas. We're going to bleep the person's last name here, but I'm going to show you her hearing in its entirety.
We're here on the state of felony that is previous conviction on $5,000.
That's it. That was the whole thing. Now, I don't know exactly how long it should take to put a price on someone's freedom, but it probably shouldn't fit neatly into an Instagram story. And the thing is, that's not an outlier. Overall, it is common for bail hearings to last only a few minutes, with no defense counsel present. And they can be conducted with incredible patience. Just watch this hearing from 2016 in Harris County, Texas, where a woman had been charged with a misdemeanor of possessing less than 2 ounces of marijuana.
Probably cost funds $1,000. Are you requesting a court-appointed lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Give me a yes or no.
Yeah.
Give me a yes or no.
Yeah.
I ask a question that calls for a yes or a no. I don't expect anything but a yes or a no. Not a maybe so, or a yeah, or something else, or something. I heard what you said. The bond just went up to $2,000.
Okay, first, fuck all the way off. Second, yeah means yes. As long as you gave your thumbs up and winked, you knew what you meant. You just wanted to be a dick. And if you cannot afford a bail that a sassy judge felt like dishing out to you, you might be forced to turn to a bail bond. The way their business is that they will postal bail for you in exchange for a fee that's normally around 10% of it. Money, by the way, you don't get back, no matter what the outcome of your case. It is a lucrative business, which rakes in about $2 billion per year. Almost none of which goes into their spending on ads like these.
They say I broke the law, police are on my tail. Looks like I'm going to the county jail.
Oh wow.
It's not the direction that I would have taken for the Barbie movie, but I trust Greta Gerwig's vision on this. Although, credit to all three songwriters there. You can find all those tracks on, now that's what I call songs written by the nephew of the guy who owns a bail bond agency, volume 25. But if you can't afford to pay a bail bondsman to get you out, you are stuck. And many, many people are in that situation, which has led to a truly staggering statistic.
This graph shows local jail inmates in the United States. In the past 20 years, that population has shot way up. And there's something surprising about that rise. You can see it only if you look at inmates with convictions. Around 1999, that population leveled off, meaning most of the rise came from this group, non-convicted prisoners. Every day in the U.S., nearly 500,000 people sitting in local jails haven't been convicted of anything.
It's true. In fact, right now, roughly 2/3 of our jail population on any given day are people who haven't been convicted of a crime. And most of them are there because they simply couldn't afford to bail themselves out, which is terrible. We shouldn't hold people captive in shitty conditions simply because they can't buy their way out. That is what Spirit Airlines is for. What all this means is that a simple arrest, even for a crime that you did not commit, can destroy your life, because even a short amount of time in jail can completely turn it upside down. And it's often not a short amount of time. Take Marvin Lake. He was arrested for a burglary that he insists he didn't commit, and he got stuck in Rikers for nearly a year.
Before you went in, you had started a job, you had started a place, and you had a car. What happened to all of those things?
My job, my car, and my place. All gone after 11 months. I couldn't hold on to it.
It's true. He was in there for 11 months.
Yep.
And obviously, no job is cool with you just not showing up for 11 months.
Obviously not.
You're this lazy.
I was gonna say no, unless you're a government employee who's like, I'm more productive when I work from home. Like, yeah, I'm sure we all would be.
Again, Marvin Mayfield maintains he was innocent, but he pled guilty anyway. And when you hear him explain why, it makes sense.
Not really.
After 11 months, they said that if you plead guilty today, you get time served and go home.
So your option was to stay in and to fight this case, or even go home.
Or go home today, but
liar.
Guilty plea.
Nope.
Another guilty plea to a felony on
Nope.
my record. The worst and hardest blow of everything was to plead guilty to something I didn't do just to stop that suffering.
And I get that. If I'd been held in Rikers for 11 months with no trial and no end in sight, I'd confess to anything if it meant going home. Linda, baby, snatched it. JFK, capped it. Zodiac Killer, it me. Just please let me go home. And yes, I can see it. There is a resemblance, except clearly I look nothing like the Zodiac Killer, and you will agree with that if you know what's good for you. So, cash bail is arbitrarily destructive, criminalizes poverty, and that is without getting into the massive racial disparities involved here. And when you take all of this together, you can understand why so many jurisdictions
Indeed, that is my crime.
some form of bail
I'm
reform
poor.
over the last few years, and notably in some places it was done with bipartisan support.
So much so that
New Jersey passed a bill
my
that
parking tickets weren't my arrest.
by
Warranted for my
and it was
arrest.
championed by a surprising thing.
No
Parking.
longer must you stay in jail for minor offenses longer than you would have if you'd actually be convicted of the crime which you're accused of committing, just because your family doesn't have $500 to post bail.
Yeah, to his real credit, Chris Christie supported bail reform. And remember, this is the same Chris Christie who thought it would like it to be pro-traffic jam, got photographed enjoying a beach that had been closed to the public by a government shutdown, and was the first major Republican candidate to endorse this historic whoopsie. The right side of history has to be pretty fucking obvious if even Chris Christie can find it. And yet, in many places, the backlash to these reforms has been swift and ugly, and it always takes the same form you saw earlier. Fear-mongering about how reforming cash bail means that violent criminals are going to be wantonly set loose on the streets to re-offend. But every part
Yeah,
of
but it's not
that is
fucking
more
abundantly clear that they
complicated
should have been there in the first place.
A huge
It's like the Harold and Kumar movie go to fucking Guantanamo. Like, it's not clear that they were even supposed to be there.
Those happen on a very broad spectrum, from murder to simply being involved in a fight. And importantly, being charged with something does not necessarily mean that you are guilty of it. That is for a trial to decide. Yet too many people are only too happy to blur the line between charge and conviction. Early this year, Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot did exactly that when criticising pre-trial release programs in Cook County, which implemented its bail reforms back in 2017.
The mayor saying judges should not allow people charged with violent crimes to walk free on bail or electronic monitoring because if they're charged, they're guilty.
When those case charges are brought, these people are guilty. And of course, they're entitled to a presumption of innocence. Of course, they're entitled to their day in court.
Not really.
Residents in our community are also entitled to safety.
Wait, hold on. You can't say someone's guilty and then say they're entitled to a presumption of innocence. Those two ideas just cannot coexist. You can't be guilty and innocent at the same time, just like you can't be hungry and full, or tall and short, or British and happy. It's one, or it's the other. Believe me. And Illinois' bail conversations only got more heated now that a statewide law eliminating the use of cash bail is set to take effect in January. Republicans have called it the Purge Law and have attacked it in some pretty gross ways, including these unusual mailers to voters.
The papers, they've been delivered under different names. This one, the Chicago City Wire. They all claim to have real data and real news. But it's also a campaign message, not a real newspaper. There are 2 pages of photos of men, mostly black and Latino, who, according to the paper, will be released on bond in DuPage County. The controversial newspaper-like mailings are from Republican strategist Dan Hoft, who runs the People Who Play by the Rules PAC.
Wow. First, that is strikingly racist. And second, those mailers were complete bullshit. They stated the new law mandates murder suspects awaiting trial be released from jail, which it does not. They also featured a list of charges that they claim were non-detainable, but the truth is that in Illinois, as in most places that have passed bail reform, for serious and violent crimes, suspects can still be jailed pre-trial if they are considered a public safety risk or likely to flee. So those claims were basically the most misleading thing to appear in newsprint since the idea that Dagwood could pull Blondie. Come on, look at him and then look at her. There's just no way. She's a stone cold 10, and Dagwood's not even a catch by Funny Pages standards. She married down on Long Way Down. And to see just how successful bail reform opponents can demagogue this issue, just look here in New York, the big cuckoo city that go Hong Kong. This state's bail reform law took effect on New Year's Day of 2020, and just 8 days later, long before there was any data on its impacts, state legislators were out there trying to get it repealed.
I think people are getting scared. I think people are feeling unsafe and more unsafe as each day goes by. We're going to hammer this. I want to be clear. We're going to hammer this every single day. We're going to make the point that this is what the public cares about.
That was just 8 days in. So unless a ton of people chose the New Year's resolution, be scared of bail reform, and actually stuck with it past January 3rd, 2 equally unrealistic scenarios, I'm pretty sure that Upper County Clerk McLaughlin here is hammering away at thin air. And the thing is, violent crime did rise in 2020, just like it did everywhere else in America, both in places that passed bail reform and in places that didn't. And yet,
motherfucker!
Report. Instead, Commissioner Dermot Shea repeatedly took to the press to label it a major reason for increases in crime and gun violence. So when the New York Post checked those claims, using the NYPD's own data, they found in the first 6 months of 2020, out of 528 shooting incidents, exactly 1 had been committed by someone released under bail reform. And that wasn't the only time that Shea was misleading. He also went on a local morning show here to suggest that the suspect in a first snatching was out on bail.
He has 11 open court cases right now. Think about that.
How is this allowed to continue to foster like this?
Well, one side will say as long as he shows up at court, then everything is working well. And I would say that everything is not working well.
11 open court cases is something that you don't want to deal with, someone that you wouldn't want to encounter in the streets.
Now, that may well sound scary to you, but I've got some good news. They found that guy with 11 open cases. It was actually pretty easy to do because it turns out he was already locked up in Rikers at the time the crime took place. So Shay accused the wrong guy entirely, but I'm sure New York slept much safer knowing that that guy was safely behind the same bars he was already behind before. Just 2 days after that interview, Shay had to appear before the state legislature, and interestingly, all of them, fear-mongering and bluster that he'd spread on newspapers and TV, completely collapsed in a forum where he was actually expected to answer honestly.
Were there people out who you know, with no bail, for example, or bills even said they made bail, I don't know, and then committed another shooting and were arrested again for basically the same crime?
When you look at who we arrest for crimes, it's going to be small numbers. When you look at the entirety of how many shooting arrests we make, as a percentage, it's not dramatic.
Also, the percentage is not dramatic. You are constantly claiming bail reform was driving up shootings. There are permits on mountaintops. You know exactly 2 things. All of reality is fucking green dancing lights across the water surface. And Dermot Shea says bail reform is responsible for the rising crime in New York. And you would think he'd be embarrassed by being forced to admit that the percentage is not dramatic. But just 2 months later, he was back on TV saying this.
Is bail reform what is leading to more shootings?
100%.
More guns happening?
100%. 100%. There is no doubt.
Well, which is it, Dermot? Are the numbers not dramatic, or is bail reform 100% leading to more shootings? Because those things are mutually exclusive. The only place where not dramatic and 100% can exist at the same time is in Kristen Stewart's whole general vibe. She's giving it her all, but she's also giving us absolutely nothing. It's totally amazing. And the problem is, all of this, the exaggerated claims and the sensational headlines, have made a real impression on people. Public approval of bail reform in this state has plummeted, and the state legislature has now rolled back portions of the law twice, and that is the thing. It's hard to overcome the emotional impact of the claim that bail reform harms public safety. And I'm not saying you can't find isolated instances of individuals who've been rearrested for new crimes while out awaiting trial. You can do that, and anytime someone is a victim of a crime, that is terrible. But if public safety is genuinely your priority, cash bail has never fundamentally been about that. For all the ads currently claiming that people charged with violent crimes are now walking the streets, they always were, as long as they had enough money to make bail. Under too many places' current system, a person facing a marijuana misdemeanor who doesn't have $2,000 is going to get stuck inside a jail, but a serious sex offender who makes, I don't know, hypothetically, $1 million a week in finding Neverland receipts gets to stay at home. And when you pull back and look at the overall figures of whether bail reform has any statistically significant link to crime, the answer, so far, has been pretty conclusively no. One analysis looked at studies in 7 different jurisdictions, and none of them found that bail reforms lead to a meaningful increase in crime. And researchers even show that if you can avoid unnecessarily jailing people, you can actually reduce the likelihood of future arrests. It does make sense, doesn't it? Because if you don't upend people's lives by needlessly locking them up pre-trial, they're in a much better position to stay out of trouble. In Harris County, Texas, the place where you saw that dickish judge earlier, researchers found that after cash bail was drastically reduced in their misdemeanor courts, there was actually a 6% decrease in new prosecutions of people over the 3 years following their arrest. So it works out better for absolutely everybody. But I do get that those stats don't sound nearly as flashy of the footage of a crime scene. You can't make a crime ad that looks like this.
Do you feel safe? You should. Study after study shows bail reform has not led to an increase in crime, and rearrest rates pre- and post-reform have either remained identical or slightly dropped. And this dead body, it's just 70 pounds of ham in the shape of a man.
Yeah, it's honest, but it doesn't pack quite the same punch, does it? And for all the fears of letting someone who is a danger onto the streets, and then bail reform doesn't take away judges' ability to detain someone that they genuinely believe to be a threat. In 49 states, all except New York, judges are allowed to consider both risk of failure to appear and public safety in pre-trial decisions. And even in New York, it was generally accepted judges did it anyway, as potential dangerousness has been the de facto use of bail here for decades. And reasonable people can disagree on how exactly to make those determinations. But what place that some experts point to as a model is New Jersey, whose system now looks like this.
Judge Sybil Elias is weighing whether to free or detain a man who appears in the county jail by closed circuit. Notice there is no mention of money for bail because the new system eliminates that. Instead, it uses information such as convictions, not arrests, not socioeconomic factors, punched into a computer. The trial court administrator will give each defendant a score of 1 to 6 for risk of reoffending and risk of skipping court. Even if a defendant has a high score, prosecutors must ask for a detention hearing within 3 to 5 days and must present clear and convincing evidence to detain someone.
Yeah, and that seems pretty good, right? Although I will say it is by no means perfect. For one, assigning people a crime score sounds like something Robocop does right before he punches you out of a window. And it's worth noting computer algorithms are not immune to bias themselves. One such system in Broward County, Florida, was particularly likely to falsely flag black defendants as future criminals, wrongly labeling them at almost twice the rate as white defendants. It was basically a racist computer, which I realise is probably Elon Musk's next billion-dollar idea. And New Jersey's approach isn't the only one that can work. Bail reform has looked different in Harris County and in New York, but in each of those places, it's resulted in fewer people behind bars and no negative impact on public safety. The point here is, if we wanted to, there are multiple ways to design a system that truly prioritizes public safety. But if you can't be accused as part of the public, which you really should, we should be considering their safety too, because terrible things happen when you are locked up pre-trial. And it's not just you can lose your job and your home, you can lose your life. An investigation by over 500 US jails found that between 2008 and 2019, they saw over 7,500 inmate deaths. And of those people, nearly 5,000 were never convicted of the charges on which they were being held. Here in New York, at Rikers, where most people are held pre-trial, 17 people have died this year so far. And I know this conversation gets heated, but it's important to remember why bail reform was so important to begin with. And in thinking about this story, I'd like to share something that has really stuck with me. Because when we did our bail segment 7 years ago, right until the last minute, we were going to include a clip of Khalif Brown. Now, if you're not familiar with his story, at 16, he was wrongly arrested for stealing a backpack. Now, this was the clip that we were going to use.
Guy comes out of nowhere and says, I wronged him. And the next thing you know, they're pulling the coast now and doing this dude.
Robert's family couldn't take the $10,000 bail on the robbery charges. Months turned into years. He tried to commit suicide several times. In June, he was suddenly freed with no explanation.
No apology, no nothing. They just said, oh, case dismissed. Don't worry about nothing.
Don't worry about
nothing. I just took over 10 years of my life. I didn't get to go to prom, graduation, nothing. Those are the 10 years. I'm not going to get those years back. Never. Never.
Now, we pulled that clip out of the show just before taping, when we found out that he killed himself the night before. And his death isn't even included in any of the tallies of people who were killed by riots, despite the fact it sure feels like it should be. The collateral damage of locking so many people up pre-trial is enormous. To defend this system is to defend a people-wrecking machine. So, where do we go from here? Well, if we're not careful, we're going to go back, which would be a huge mistake. And I would argue that any future system should be built on a few basic principles. First, for someone charged with a low-level offence, we should prioritise letting them remain free pre-trial instead of defaulting to keeping them in jail. Second, whenever any bail hearings do happen, they should be longer than 10 seconds. I cannot fucking believe that has to be said out loud. Also, people should have counsel with them at bail hearings. I honestly can't believe that has to be said either. And finally, if someone is detained, we should be expediting their trial so that they are not waiting years for a court date. I'm not saying the reform is easy or that it's simple. There are going to be disagreements, even among advocates, about practices here. But right now, we can't even have those important conversations because all the air in the room is being taken up by bullshit fear-mongering ads, fake newspapers, and confidently delivered lies from men in uniform. And look, even after convictions, we're clearly locking far too many people up in this country. But to do it before they've even been convicted of anything is proof that civil liberties only apply tangibly to the privileged, and for everyone else, they are entirely theoretical.
And anyone even trying to defend a system like this is basically morally bankrupt. Isn't that right, Dermot?
100%. 100%. There is no doubt.
Yeah, for once, I cannot argue with you there. And now, this.
And now, unnecessary full disclosure. All Cameron Hall edition.
Full disclosure, my dad was 25 years older than my mom. And growing up, people would think he was my granddad and that my mom was his daughter. Full disclosure, I cannot stand push-ups. Full disclosure, I do dye my hair and I will dye tonight. Full disclosure, my name is Tamara and I suffer from really dry feet. Full disclosure, my home we eat maybe 2 burgers a week. Full disclosure, I'm not eating all day. Full disclosure, I drink wine, champagne, prosecco, and vodka. Full disclosure, I do not have a secret talent. Full disclosure, I don't know how comfortable I am talking about sex on TV. Full disclosure, I have a Peloton. Full disclosure, I have a tattoo. Full disclosure, I know nothing that's happening in this show.